So to maintain this proper cell polarization, there are so far two mechanisms have been involved. One is core pathway, which is also called wind and Friedel pathway, which give a signal to one cell to another cell and orient the cells in a proper way, in a proper structure. There is another pathway which is is been shown to important for the
Yes.
formation of planar shell polarization is a fat axis pathway. So I am mostly working on the fat axis pathway. So
Excuse
this
me,
is just
Deepak.
a presentation. Yeah.
Uh, I think you
I
stuck
think
to
you stuck
slide
to
number, stuck to
Right.
your
your
title slide
title
only.
slide only.
Am I? How do
आता
you?
थोडं थोडं मोठं करा झालं.
Why? It's not moving.
No, no,
No, no,
not moving.
not moving. Please share it once again.
Now.
Uh, the screen is not visible. Just share it.
Let me go on. So,
Go in the share option, Deepak, on
yeah,
that
yeah, I'm doing.
tab,
What was the problem?
and
I
then
thought it's
select full screen. Present now. Go in the present now, and then
okay,
select the
entire
full
screen.
screen.
Yeah. But then it's not letting me do that. There's no option for the entire screen sharing.
No, no, no. See, present now, and then you will get one screen on your computer screen, a small screen. Just click on that, or do what you had done before. Exactly.
How about now? Can you see?
Yes, 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 yes. Now we are getting it.
Now?
Yes, yes. We are getting your presentation.
And it's a full
Please
screen
continue.
now, yeah? Okay. So yeah, sorry for that because I thought
Yes, but
it's
we are
presentation is
getting
on.
your title slide only, Deepak.
Now, is there any change?
No, no change. Just a minute. It may take some time. No,
I guess you connected that, no? Why? It's online.
we are getting your presentation, but slides are not moving.
Nothing? Nothing happened now?
No, no. Still, we are getting your title slide only.
Okay, okay, just a minute. Maybe we start from this side. Let me switch off all the tabs I have open.
But it will take time, madam. Complete system is terrific.
Just a minute, yeah. Okay, maybe.
Okay, Deepak, share it again. We'll see. Deepak, share it once again, and
Yeah,
we'll see.
that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mm, okay.
Your browser is Chrome or that Apple type?
Yes, it's a Chrome. Yeah, it's Chrome. But this is
It's
not good
Chrome. Then
idea to share
it
the
will not be
invite.
like. Now present your screen. The screen is visible. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Start your presentation. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Now
We are
it's
getting
okay.
your presentation, Deepak. Yes. Please go
Is it
ahead.
moving?
Continue. Yes. Yes. Now slides are changing. Good.
Okay. Mm. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, so I'm just doing the basic research as I have told you, and here I was there. So this is the classical example of how did the planar cell polarization is maintained and how does the cell signaling is happen. So to make a proper cell polarization and cell signaling, the cells needs to form the proper structure, which is I would say in a hexagonal type. So if the cell is not in proper structure, you won't give a proper signaling. There won't be a proper formation of tissue. So in this example, is Drosophila is our model, and that's the main model has been used to show the basic planar cell polarity mechanisms. So the so if you see the hair, so the bristle hair bristle on the wing disc, so similar to mouse leg, similar to the mouse leg, which you have here. So they are oriented in the one direction. That means giving the proper cell so the cell is polarized in the one direction. And to form that, there are proteins involved in the attachment of two cells. And those proteins they comes and attach in asymmetrical way. To understand these mechanisms, there are two pathways has been identified, which are the main pathways so far people have been studied. But to fully understand how does these proteins organize themselves asymmetrically, and what the function they do perform in cell polarization and cell signaling. That's what has been people studied so far. So the one pathway to study the cell polarization is a core pathway which involve the wind signaling, wind Friedel signaling. So it's a combination of 7 proteins, which is another project in our lab we are working. And the second pathway is a fat axis pathway where only 2 proteins are involved, fat and axis. They are the huge proteins involved in deciding how the cells polarize, how the cells organize in a proper structure. So if anything goes wrong in the PCP pathway, if there's anything PCP defects happen or the mutation in one of those protein, you will see the orientation of cell is disturbed. Even in the mouse, so these are the mouse legs. So if you see the orientation compared to that orientation or that orientation of hair, when there is a mutation in one of the proteins hair, you will see the hair orientation is disturbed. It's going all the way. It's not going to the one direction. You can see from these two examples. Also, any defect in PCP is related with the developmental diseases. So if you see the kidney, if there is a problem, if there is a defect in PCP pathways, the compared to the normal kidneys, you will have something cystic phenotypic kidney. And also some of the organs we have like the um, heart and lungs, which contains the cilia, and that cilia needs to be oriented in a one direction, and that's the one direction is maintained by the planar cell polarity pathways. So another defect of the PCP protein is like in the formation of so the early stage of developmental stages, which is formation of neural defect. So during formation of so during the development, during the formation of embryo, you will have the PCP proteins involved and function properly to give a proper human body. So this is the some of the diseases which uh, which in the mutation of PCP protein happens. So I won't go through all of them, but this is just like giving some the spinal cord, maybe the problem in the spinal cord. Also, anything goes wrong in the PCP protein. So mostly the fat and DAXS protein. They might also involve in the heart wall dysfunctioning, and as well as this genetic disease, Van Maldersam and Henningham syndrome, which inhibits the inability of intellectual property of the human. And also some of the mutation of fat is also associated with the cancer progression, where if you see the mutation in or the overexpression of fat protein, you will see the wing disc in hair, or maybe some of the organ, they are enlarged. And because of mutation in fat, and the cells become aggressively proliferative, that can gives a bigger size of the wing or the organ or the tissue, I would say. So this is how the some of the basic role of the fat and another pathway in the maintenance of planet cell plurality. So we're just trying to understand from our project. Obviously, there is a research already done, but it's not done, and we are still looking for the basic understanding of this pathway. So so I'll come to my actual study. But the first question was that how these fat DAXS complexes are organized as cell-cell contacts. So cell-cell contacts are the two cells. So the gap between two cells, which is ECM gap. So how does those big proteins are being the organized, how they are organized. So this is just giving the schematic presentation of these proteins. So these are the big, large proteins containing. So the fat sometimes work as a receptor, and the DAXS work as a ligand. So the research has been done showing that they also bind to each other in a heterophilic trans interaction. So the heterophilic trans interaction is fat binding to the DAXS at the ECM layer, and the homophilic cis interaction means so the same protein binding to each other in an intercellular environment, and also the similar finding has been done to show that the fat also show the homophilic cis interaction. So, however, only the results show that the fat is showing the cis interaction, homophilic cis interaction, but there is nothing has been done on the DAXS. So that's why we investigating here. So I would say I'm investigating in this project whether how many molecules, how many cadmium molecules are involved in forming the heterophilic trans interaction and forming the homophilic cis interaction of these fat DAXS. And so this is not the straightforward structure inside the cell. So this is just a schematic presentation where fat is a big protein. Like I said, it's work as a receptor. So it contains 34 cadmium repeats. So these are 34 cadmium repeats, and it also contains some of the epidermal growth-like factor receptors domains, and also laminin G-like domain, and followed by the intracellular domain, which give a signal to the inside, and then it will decide how does the cell-cell signaling happen. Comparing to the DAXS, which has only 27 cadmium domains present in here, and ICT domain. So this is just this is the schematic presentation. Now, how the level of DAXS and fat is maintained inside the cell. So this is another schematic showing that the interaction of the fat and DAXS is maintained by one of the Golgi protein 4-jointed, which phosphorylate and either stabilizes or destabilizes the fat DAXS interaction at the tissue level. So this is an example from the schematic example from the wing of the Drosophila, like I have shown you before. And this is what we study. So I'm not sure whether all of they are familiar with the Drosophila system. So you might see these flies in your house, mostly wandering around the food and eating your food. So that's our model, experimental model. And this is what actually those fat and axis look inside the cell. So this is the in vivo example showing in the wing. So if you look at those pointed, so these are the twin clonal cells. I guess the experimental design might not understand, but we expresses two proteins labeled with the green fluorescent protein, and one is red fluorescent protein. And if you see when these two cells, so this is a twin clonal cell, what happens? So these proteins are genetically engineered and inserted into the fly, and then we do the combination. So what happens? So the gene recombination happens, and so the flipping during the recombinating or gene recombinating, you will have the.
Excuse me, Deepak. Only 5 minutes are left.
1 minute are left. Oh, okay.
Only
Then
5 minutes. 5 minutes are left.
Okay, this is okay. So yeah, so this is just showing that how these two proteins are present inside the cell. So this is in vivo from the Drosophila. Okay, so, and this is what we do. So we do the cell culture assay as well, as to cell culture, where we do transfer the protein into one cell and another protein into another cell, mix them together, and if they're positive, they will show the interaction. And that's how the two cells will come and together and form the interaction between each other. And if they are negative, they won't show any interaction of those two cells. So this is what we also do. So this is the dissection. This is how we dissect inside the pupae, inside the model system, and we observe that by confocal microscope. So like I said previously, what I investigated, how many proteins, how many catenanes, how the fat ducts bound to each other. So the previous report shows that there were only two sides. So the one is N-terminal from the ductus and another N-terminal from fat were responsible for showing the heterophilic interaction. But what we found from our study, we found that there is another extra C-terminal site, which is also involved in the formation of heterophilic interaction of that fat ductus. So in here, the N-terminal binds specifically to the fat N-terminal, and ductus C-terminal binds specifically to fat C-terminal. And these are the experimental evidence from our study. We show that, so where we do the recombinating of, so we make a chimeric construct to test this hypothesis, and we put the individual cadenine domains into the CD2 chimera protein. So these are all recombinant tagged with the EJP protein. And we do check combination with the full-length fat protein and some deleted chimeric ductus protein. Now we shown that these two regions were showing the positive interaction as observed by cell aggregation assay. And this is another similar example for doing the cross-checking with expressing the fat chimeric protein, recombinant protein, and checking whether we show any positive interaction. And whatever we have tested, these are the positive results. Obviously, we did the negative results, and we don't see any positive interaction with the construct remaining we tested. And these are two sites we found so far, which is involved in the fat ductus heterophilic trans interaction, and we call N-terminal and C-terminal site. Okay, so am I going too fast? No, sure. So, hello?
It's okay, Deepak.
Hello? Yeah, so I'm going too fast because you said I got only 5 minutes. So maybe you won't understand. So I guess you will have to understand from the slides or from the region. Then what I wanted to know whether there's both C-terminal found in the heterophilic trans interaction, or whether makes any difference or not in the binding to each other. So what I did now here, I did express the full wild type protein. So they're not the camera, they are the wild type protein, but the design is different. So we have now wild type protein. So the wild type protein when we express in the S2 cells, they show the nice interaction, they show the nice interface. And also when you delete the N terminal from one of the fat and make aggregation with the full type DAXs, it is still showing that the second site we found is important, also important in the binding or the formation of trans interaction. Then we also do the vice versa, where I delete the CAT26 to 30 domain from the wild type protein, and it still show the interaction with the DAXs. However, when you delete the both side, you don't see the positive interaction. So it means it showed that these both sides are very important for the binding to the DAXs or DAXs. The similar example I did with the DAXs deletion, where you delete the N-terminal side of the DAXs and check the combination with the full-length fat. You still see the binding. And similarly, you do the second side deletion from the DAXs, you still see the binding. However, the similarities you find that when you delete the both side from the DAXs, there is no binding. So it shows that these both side we found in full-length protein or the uh, are important in proper interaction, fat DAXs interaction, hydrophilic trans interaction. Now, to
Deepak,
function,
Deepak,
sorry,
it is request to you to kindly
yeah.
complete your presentation.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Hang on. Yeah, I thought I will show you the some some techniques, but anyway, as okay, I'll conclude. Might go. Okay, these are some of the findings. You may not see in, because I guess in India might lack the some of the what do you call some of the design of the experiment, I guess. So this is kind of some simple experiment we can do, or you can do in basic basic cell biology lab. But anyway, so this is one more. I guess I'm not sure whether the people are very familiar with the AlphaFold model prediction tool, which is like AI tool, which can show you how the protein interact. And I guess you don't need to pay, and you can when you do the experiment, when you wanna check some of the hypotheses, you can use AlphaFold to predict whether they bind to each other or not. It's yeah, okay. So yeah, so I'll just go for the summary what we have seen, what we have found so far. So we found two binding sites to show that the fat DAXs make a hydrophilic trans interaction. One is N terminal and C terminal, and then these sites are very important for the hydrophilic trans interaction between the adjacent cells, so they can maintain proper cell planar cell polarization, and they can maintain proper cell signaling. And and the stability of that fat DAXs complex is also very important. So if anything goes wrong, if the protein, each of the protein or this complex is destabilized, might not function properly. And like I haven't mentioned because of the time, so there's like why I have also found that the fat DAXs, they form heterophilic cis interaction to each other at the intracellular domain. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna investigate this into the in vivo setting in coming days. That would be the experiment, and the finding obviously will be published by the January of the 2023 in mostly maybe Nature or maybe Cell Science. So, and the findings we found maybe in the future will be helping like development of cancer therapies. Okay, these are the people from the lab I work. So this is why obviously the mentor. This is the line manager, Professor David Stud, and some interdisciplinary people from the lab. And these some of the photos which I went to. We went for the hiking. Yes, yeah. Okay, thank you for listening, for your attention.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you. It was a very nice presentation. And once again. It's my pleasure to invite our second speaker, Dr. Martin Desimone. So welcome, sir. Am I audible, sir? Desimone, sir? So Desimone, yes. So sir will be speaking on green synthesis, the land of nano opportunities. And Sir Martin sir is a full professor at Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Pharmacy and Biochemistry, University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. So welcome sir for your talk. So do start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Invitation to participate in this conference. It was a real pleasure for me to be here. I think that one of the main topics of this conference is related to the development of innovative technologies as a solution for a greener future. And that's why I decided to present some of our results in the field of green synthesis of nanomaterials, because it will have a great impact, because it will contribute to reduce the energy consumption, and the contamination or the pollution due to the employment of different precursors during the synthesis of nanoparticles. Indeed, in this green synthesis of nanoparticles, there are different things that we can employ to prepare these nanoparticles. In general, we apply a bottom-up approach in which we start with some atoms, and then we grow them to form nanoparticles, and we can employ bacteria, fungi, algae, and we can also employ different plants or part of plants, like making different extracts of this plant, and the phyto component present in this plant can contribute to the synthesis of these nanoparticles. If you look in the literature nowadays, the field of green synthesis is growing very fast, but what was very interesting is to know that most of these publications related to green synthesis are also associated with nanoparticles. As you can see here, there is a close correlation between the increase in the number of publications in green synthesis field, but also in the green synthesis and nanomaterials. And in all cases, there is very important to have a good number of characterization techniques in this field. Not only few of them. In most of these works, researchers employ more than one of these characterizations. For example, transmission electron microscopy, scanning electron microscopy, XRD, FTIR, UV visible spectroscopy, and many others to obtain a good information about this material. In this sense, it is very important to choose the source of our synthesis, the precursors, the chemicals that we employ, and the green sources that we can use, for example, biomolecules, polymers, microorganisms, plants and their parts, for example, leaf, flower, fruits, extracts. The synthesis conditions, there are very important parameters that we must control, for example, pH, temperature, concentration of precursors and green components. And the resulting material will have very interesting properties, from size, morphology, crystallinity, porosity, shape. Different characteristics of these materials can be achieved by the green synthesis. And the function or the application of these green synthesized nanomaterials is very interesting in the field of antimicrobial activity, drug delivery system, catalysis, anti-cancer effects, bioremediation, and many others. In this sense, in our lab, we were working in the synthesis of different nanomaterials, from magnetic nanomaterials, copper nanomaterial like this one with a very high porosity, which is very interesting to use it as a drug delivery system, for example, for us. We can prepare also green synthesized zinc nanostructure like these nanosheets with a very large surface area that we can use for catalysis, for example. But there are some other green synthesized nanomaterials like silver nanoparticles in this case. These are really interesting for their antimicrobial activity, and also nickel nanoparticles. Well, in this field, we were working in the synthesis of different nanostructures. We have various publications in this field, and some of them I will mention now. One of these is the synthesis of silver nanoparticles employing one of the extract of a plant that is widely used here in Argentina. It is called Ilex paraguarensis, and we prepare the extract of this plant, which is very rich in polyphenols content, and they have a very important antioxidant activity, and we can use it to prepare silver nanoparticles. And moreover, these silver nanoparticles can have different sizes. We prepare them between 10 and 20 nanometers. But what is interesting of this green synthesis procedure is that most of these polyphenols present in the plant extract can be absorbed on the surface of the nanoparticles. This is interesting because it can contribute to stabilize the nanoparticles. And for example, the release of silver ions from these nanoparticles is less than 1% after 24 hours. So this means that these polyphenols can contribute to stabilize these nanoparticles. And these nanoparticles possess very interesting characteristics. For example, they possess the antioxidant activity due to the plant extract absorbed on the surface of the nanoparticles. They possess antimicrobial activity due to the silver components present in the nanoparticles. And they are also more biocompatible because the stabilization of the nanoparticles by these molecules contributes to diminish the release of silver ions and also to diminish their nanotoxicity towards cells. In this synthesis, as I mentioned, there are different parameters that must be controlled during the synthesis. For example, you can choose different concentration of the silver precursors, different concentration of the green component during the synthesis, temperature, pH. These parameters can greatly impact on the synthesis of your nanomaterial. We also prepare different structures, for example, from copper and zinc also. In this end, it is very interesting to know that how we can tune the synthesis or the structure of the resulting material from very small particles to these particles with a huge porosity. As I mentioned before, we are very interested in this type of material because with this high porosity, we can use it as a drug delivery system, that we can load all these pores with the therapeutic molecules and can have a very good application in the biomedical field. But we can also tune the resulting structure of zinc nanoparticles. For example, we can obtain this kind of nanosheets here, which also are very interesting for different applications, not only for antimicrobial effect, but also for catalysis, for example. And we can also tune, if we change the temperature during the synthesis, we can increase the size of the particles. For example, here, this is a microparticle, and the scale value is the same, but the size of the resulting particle is significantly higher, and we observe the same effect with the zinc nanosheets that we obtained. Well, the interesting part of this material is that due to the absorption of these components present in the plant extract can contribute to provide this nanostructure with antioxidant activity, as we observe it here. And what is also interesting is that these materials are very interesting from the antimicrobial point of view. Copper nanostructures possess a greater antimicrobial effect, but zinc nanomaterials also possess some antimicrobial effect. It's lower than copper, but they also have antimicrobial effect. And we evaluated them after 3 days of exposing the nanoparticles to a new bacterial inoculum, and we observed the antimicrobial effect over time, so they can provide a long-lasting antimicrobial activity. We also were working in collaboration with Professor Hotania from India in the development of magnetic nanoparticles from employing the green synthesis procedure, and we can tune the resulting dielectric and magnetic properties of the materials depending on the synthesis condition and the plant or the plant extract employed. In this case, we use 2 different plant extracts, and these can be used to tune the properties of the resulting material. And here is another example of these magnetic nanoparticles that can be obtained employing a different plant, a flower extract, in this case, from Calotropis gigantea, a crown flower extract. And these also are very interesting because of these are magnetic nanoparticles. Well, in a similar approach, we also were working in the green synthesis field with Professor Ratiran Chowdhury, also from India. This is the collaboration that I have with him. And the procedure is always the same. We can prepare the plant. We have the plant. We prepare the extract. Here we have the molecules that can guide the synthesis of the nanomaterials. Then we add our precursors, and finally we obtain the nanoparticles. We can make a calcination step or not, depending on if we want to have the molecules present in the extract absorbed on the particles, or we want the pure nanoparticles. These are very interesting because we employ them for the degradation of 2 dyes. In this case, in less than 1 hour, we can degrade the thymol blue. And in the case of Congo red, the complete degradation of this dye is achieved in less than 90 minutes. So these have a double impact because in one hand we employ the green synthesis for the obtention of the nanoparticles, and in the second step we employ them to eliminate these contaminants. So this concerning the green synthesis and the greener application of this material is also very interesting. And in this case, we can also prepare this interesting nickel nanostructure. These nanoparticles has a diameter of less than 100 nanometers, and they are formed by the aggregation of very small nanoparticles of less than 10 nanometers. And these particles were obtained also in a plant extract, as I mentioned before, and we can obtain these very interesting nanoparticles. I say that this green synthesis procedure is a land of complex nanostructure because in the literature you can find many nanostructures obtained with green synthesis procedures. These include silver, zinc, copper, gold, iron, composite materials, which are made of the combination of any of the previous components, carbon nanostructures, and many others can be obtained by these green synthesis procedures nowadays. But as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, it is very important in all cases to employ more than one or more than few characterization techniques for the analysis of these materials because the resulting structures are very complex, very different, and also there are many molecules absorbed on the surface of the nanoparticles that must be analyzed. So it's very important to analyze all of them. And for this purpose, you must use different characterization techniques before going to the application of this material. Well, in our lab, our next steps are devoted to enhance the process of learning and teaching in this field since we are participating in many undergraduate and postgraduate courses, expand research frontiers and outreach activities. And especially we are very interested in foster partnerships and collaboration with groups in our country and in other countries. As I mentioned recently, we have collaboration with your country in India, but also in different uh, countries, for example, in Spain, England, Italy. So we are always open to new collaboration. And finally, I want to thank my team here in Argentina who were working in this field for a long time. And thank you very much for your attention. Here is my information. If you want to get in contact in this field or any other fields, we are working also in biomaterials and nanomaterials for different applications. You can find some of my publication in different social networks. So I invite you to get in contact and maybe to collaborate in the near future. This is my team here in Argentina. We also recently incorporate the 3D bioprinting technology. So this is another topic that we are very interested to develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin sir. Thank you very much for your nice and beautiful presentation on green synthesis, the land of nano opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities, sir, in nanoparticles making that by using green synthesis. It is very important for eco-friendly and pollution-free, and many nanoparticles we can synthesize which have antioxidant, antibacterial and biocompatibility. So thank you very much. It is very important. I am also working in my lab on nanoparticle. So I welcome your collaboration, sir. We will sure have with Dr. Ambedkar College collaboration with your lab. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello all. Is there Dr. Dragan Giovanno sir present in the meeting? Hello. Hello sir. Is Dr. Dragan Giovanno present in the meeting?
Good evening to all of you. Moving ahead to the next technical session, I now request Dr. Mrs. Deepa Panikar Madam, Vice Principal of Dr. Ambedkar College Diksha Bhumi, and IQAC Coordinator, Ambedkar College Diksha Bhumi. She will proceed for this technical session as a chairperson. So may I now request Dr. Deepa Panikar Madam to proceed this technical session with the two plenary lectures by Dr. Nagaloka Ma'am and Dr. Dragon Sir from USA. I request Dr. Aswajit Fuljile Sir to felicitate and welcome. So Dr. Ashwajit Fuljile Sir, memento will felicitate Dr. Deepa Panikar Madam on behalf of Indian Indigenous Society of Sciences and Social Sciences as a token of love and appreciation. I thanks Dr. Fuljile Sir and thank you Dr. Panikar Madam. Thank you. Now you can proceed for the plenary session.
Good evening, everybody. It is my privilege to chair this 5th technical session of the International Conference on IISSS TCSS 2022. I heartily welcome the resource person for this session and the August gathering. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Vidya Nagaloka to you all. Dr. Vidya Nagaloka is MD in Ayurveda and is working at Department of Sanhita Siddhant, SS Agarwal Institute of Ayurveda, Navasari, Gujarat. She will be shedding light on Buddhist approach to harmonious families, healthcare, and sustainable societies. So let us welcome Dr. Vidya Nagaloka with a big applause. And I request Dr. Vidya to start her session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good evening, all. Actually, my topic is a bit another one. I will mention it throughout. Thank you so much, IISSS, for providing me this opportunity to present myself with the first-hand information about the Buddhist medical tradition as India's indigenous healthcare system. I see IISSS as the biggest platform to rewrite the factorial history with evidence, archaeological and linguistic too. And so, as to recreate the golden era of Indian history through the strategical implementation of forthcoming researchers, outputs of Indian indigenous researchers, scientists collaborating with the IISS. There is one more thing I would like to share with you people. I just came into, my understanding that me, myself is Nagaloka, being in Nagpur and at the premises of Nagaloka. So everybody there is Nagas who are the actually Indian indigenous people. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here. Another thing, this is the last session of this conference, international conference, and we have been traveled through a lot of different fields of science and social sciences. So I just got a title or say like a tag for a double IISS. Like here, everyone is unique. Everyone unique, and so anyone can fit into it. So this is what the double IISS. Moving on to my own subject, the topic itself is Indian indigenous healthcare system, the past, present, and future of that. So health-seeking behavioral studies, if we look for, we find that those testifies the undeniable and widespread acceptance of complementary medicines. It is in this context that there is in recent times a national and international resurgence of interest in Indian medicine. The rich and the mature medical heritage of India puts this country in position to provide the leadership to the emerging complementary health movement. The challenge is to restore creativity of the indigenous knowledge system. A comprehensive reimagination of Indian indigenous healthcare system is a serious exercise. The exercise would benefit from the review of historical genesis of India's medical heritage and its evolution up to the 19th century, because such a review would throw light on the reasons for its plural legacy. Ideally, a comprehensive reimagination of any national health system needs to cover several interrelated dimensions. And these dimensions are philosophy of the healthcare, knowledge content, institutional delivery, infrastructure, human resources, governance, finance, community participation, values and ethics, and finally, the emerging cross-sectorial links of the healthcare system with the social and natural environment, embodied in evolving concepts of One Health and Planet Health. Displaced, unprivileged, underestimated, presented with the negative impression for the thousands of years, Indian indigenous healthcare system needs to be explored and put forward in front of the world in its original form is the need of the time. It became a call for action for the indigenous health system, one of the real requirements of what we call for sustainable development goal, which is the third one, to ensure the healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all age. We have seen different stages of healthcare system in Indian history, whereas we see that medicine in Vedic literature, which is moreover religious, shows a healing tradition based on the magico-religious beliefs and practices, which was probably superseded over a system of medicine based on the empirical rational principles and practices issued from an indigenous healthcare system, controlling and taming multitude of benevolent and malevolent deities or spirits that populated the cosmos and caused good and bad effect in the human realm, were the ultimate goals of Vedic healing systems, whereas the goal of indigenous health system was restoration of a fundamental balance between the human and the environment, and that's what. In between, when we think about the Buddhist era, we come across the real history of India, and that is fitting into the Buddha's key teaching of the middle way between the word indulgence and self-denial. Medicine became part of Buddhism by providing the means to maintain a healthy bodily state characterized by equilibrium both within the body and between the body and its surrounding. Portions of the repository medical lore were codified in the early monastic rules, thereby giving rise to a Buddhist monastic medical tradition. The early Buddhist community of monks, or the Sangha, was where wandering intellectuals would gather and exchange the information, which often included medical knowledge. As the Sangha established more permanent dwellings and fixed abode for ascetics, the intellectual life turned more scholarly, and a formal systematization of information and instructions ensured. The symbolic relationship between the Buddhism and medicine facilitated the spread of Buddhism in India, led to the teaching of medicine in the large conglomerate monasteries, and expedited the acceptance of Buddhism in other parts of Asia. During the early centuries of Common Era, Brahminism assimilated the storehouse of medical knowledge into its socio-religious and intellectual tradition, and by the application of an orthodox veneer, rendered it a Brahminical science, which is termed as Ayurveda nowadays. The traditional healthcare system owes much of its early systematization, preservation, and subsequent propagation to the ascetics Buddhists and their monastic tradition. It has long been noted that ancient India exhibited a kind of schizophrenia with respect to the medical profession, and the huge documentation of that has been came forward by Patrick Olivelle. He has been worked a lot on the Dharma Shastras, study of the Dharma Shastras in 2017, and he has been come forward to with a paper on the medical profession in ancient India, its social, religious, and legal status, which was published in the E-Journal of Indian Medicine itself. And it gives an overall idea about what exactly the status of medical profession was in the Vedic literature. On the one hand, we had learned treatises on the medicine and surgeries produced in the first half of the first millennium of the Common Era, treatises that point to a long and distinguished tradition of medical learning. Medical professionals were the valuable members of the society, like Ashoka has been wrote already, writing in the middle of the 2nd of the century BC. Both that he promoted the medical profession and expanded the supply of medical products both in his territory and in foreign countries. The Rig Veda itself refers to the medical professionals, and two of the Ashwinis are in special way regarded as the divine physicians. On the other hand, if we go through the Dharma Shastras, we found that the major textual tradition dealing with the religious, civil, and criminal law that disparages the medical profession and prohibits social and religious interaction with the medical practitioners. They are saddled with the numerous social and religious disabilities. If we go through the present status of the Indian healthcare system, we found different things. Like the first national health policy of India got formulated only in 1983 with its main focus on provision of primary health care to all by 2000. It's 2022, and still we are struggling hard to avail the first aid to a large number of underprivileged population. What UN propagated Sustainable Development Goals 2030 includes mean to end poverty and hunger in all their forms and dimensions, and to ensure that all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality in a healthy environment with healthy lives and well-being in all aspects. We look for ending poverty at first, but eventually forget that wealth is not the opposite of poverty, but injustice is. Unless and until we implement the justice in society, we won't be able to conquer poverty or hunger. The use of herbal remedies from Indian traditional medicine has gained popularity worldwide, and exploitation of these remedies has become a multi-millionaire industry. The high cost of allopathic medical health care and expensive pharmaceutical products have become unavailable to a majority of people. Naturally, the many centuries old alternative source of healthcare have become handy, often in desperate situation. One needs to rethink on this. The conclusive part of this topic will be culturally appropriate and skilled workforce, community participation, and self-determination with empowerment is key to achieve the sustainable development of indigenous healthcare system. To make progress, science needs more than just research. It depends on the mutual reinforcement of science, politics, and economics. Scientific research is almost impossible without the resources to be provided by political and economical institutions. In return, scientific research provides new powers that are used, among other things, to obtain new resources, some of which are reinvested in the research. To create such political and economic institution, it's mandatory to focus on the study of civilization, cultural background of that society or country is necessary. Literary research plays an important role in building base of reliable data sources for the future opportunities in real-time research. It helps to get understanding of existing research. So I think it's moreover needed nowadays to go back to the rewriting of history. It is important. I am very much thankful to IISS to avail this opportunity to be here and present myself. And for you people listening carefully, thank you so much.
I thank Dr. Vidya Nagaukar for wonderfully enlightening us all about how the Buddhist era provides the only evidence-based knowledge of Indian indigenous healthcare system. She has very well explained how the use of herbal remedies from Indian traditional medicine has gained popularity worldwide. She has emphasized that culturally appropriate, skilled workforce, community participation, self-determination, and empowerment is key to achieve sustainable development of the indigenous healthcare system. Let us give a big clap to Dr. Vidya Nagaukar for her insightful lecture. I thank the audience for the patient listening. Thank you. Now shall we move to the second session?
Hello, Dr. Dhanarkar sir. Is Dr. Dragon has joined the meeting?
Right now he is not in the list, but I am just calling just for give me for 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. Please.
Dr. Utpal. Hello. Yes, sir. I don't know what happened, but he's not receiving the call. Uh, he's not receiving the call, but we'll wait 1 2 minutes. Then otherwise we will leave.
Okay, sir.
Whether he is going to join within 1 2 minutes, otherwise we'll leave.
Okay, sir. Yes. We'll skip them.
Dr. Utpal sir,
Hello, sir. Hello.
still he is not going to in contact. So I think we must keep there.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Trakin, sir, has not joined in the meeting. So, we are moving forward.
The same time as before we were started for the valedictory. So both the guests started the valedictory. एक घंटा और पीछे साढ़े 3 बजे.
हो ते येत आहेत सर.
So, a very good afternoon to one and all. This is the fourth plenary lecture, and the speaker for this is Ikamber Kareli. Sir will speak on ethylene-mediated genomics and proteomics approaches in the enhancement of rice grain filling for sustainable crop. Sir is from School of Life Sciences, Sambalpur University, Jyoti Vihar, Sambalpur. I request Sir to please have a seat and start your deliberation. Thank you.
So, good evening everyone present here. First of all, I would like to give my tribute to the great person, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Gautam Buddhaji, and also the all audience. I thank everyone present here, and especially I thank Dr. Gokhale for inviting me to this international conference. When Dr. Gokhale said that we have a society like this, I readily agreed to come over here, though it was a very hectic journey on my part, because I was there in the waiting hall at Raipur from 12:30 in the daytime till 2 o'clock in the night. And I started journey at 2 o'clock from Raipur and reached at around 8:30 in the Raipur railway station. So almost 2 nights I have not slept. And when Dr. Gokhale said me a few minutes back that, yes, sir, your thank you. Okay, so this is the last talk probably, and this is the time when we are worried to go home. So when I talk about pure science like the proteomics and genomics, it is a hardcore biotechnology course, so I think most of you will not be interested on that. So I will just pass it like that. So my topic basically is I do research in rice plant, and as you know, first of all, I would like, before going to rice, actually the topic indigenous research. Indigenous research is very important. Wherever we go, whenever we go to the modern era, modern science, but indigenous science, indigenous research is the base of every science. So definitely we do research on, my research work is also based on the indigenous knowledge and indigenous plants, like the wild plants, Oryza rupifogon. You might be knowing Oryza rupifogon, Oryza nivara. These are the 2 wild species of rice that grow in Odisha. So I started working on that wild rice. I have published so many papers on wild rice also. So basically, I will tell that rice productivity or sustainable rice production, and that is possible only when the grain filling will be proper. So basically, next slide please. So rice is basically a very, very important staple crop throughout the world. And rice is grown everywhere in almost all states of Odisha, all states of our nation, including my own state, Odisha. And as you know, that when you go to the rural area, particularly when we visit rural area, particularly in my state, people consume rice in the breakfast. People consume rice in the lunch. People consume rice in the dinner also. And we prepare so many food items out of rice. And also not only we eat rice, but in our state, some alcoholic drinks are also being prepared from rice. In Odisha we call handia. It is very, okay, mostly people use handia, particularly during summer season. People use this, and in our language, people call ABCD. ABCD means it is Adivasi cold drink. So like that, ABC. Right. And also, if you go to the rural area, particularly during winter, people prepare bed out of rice straw, and people sleep over there. So particularly during rainy season, it is very warmer. So the point is that we eat rice, we drink rice, we sleep rice, and what not. Everything, everywhere we use rice in all occasions. Today also, okay, most of the dishes, okay, we eat today is also out of rice. So without rice, we cannot survive. So that is the point. That is why I chosen my subject, research subject, as rice. And another reason is that, of course. Another reason is that because you see, rice is basically a semi-aquatic plant, and it grows very nicely under little bit submerged water condition, stagnant water condition. And if you look into the rainy season, normally what happens when there will be heavy rainfall, the field is completely, okay, the agriculture fields are completely filled up with water, leading to submergence or flooding situation. So no crop can survive there except rice. So people have no option left but to cultivate rice crop. That is another reason of cultivating rice. Next slide, please. So, but if you look into the earlier days, before 1960s, then only the traditional tall rice varieties were there. Only traditional varieties were there, and the yield was very poor. And if you if you want to increase the yield or production, then what you have to do? You have to use fertilizer, like cow dung or chemical fertilizer. And if you use fertilizer, then the plants become excessively tall, and it will lodge on the ground. So therefore, the yield will be very, very less. But if you look into the time, particularly during 1960s, before 1960s, then only traditional varieties were there, and that was the only source of food supply to the human being. But during 1960, because of this only tall traditional variety, the rice was unable to provide food to all mouth. So because of that, many people died due to starvation, and ultimately the breeders, particularly the rice breeders, they came up and they thought what to do. And one of the Chinese scientists, his name is T.T. Chang, he actually thought that because the plants are tall, if we introduce the dwarfing gene in that, then what will happen? The photosynthesis, the carbohydrates which are produced by the plants, everybody knows that the carbohydrates are mostly utilized for the growth of vegetative structures. So if those photoassimilates, these carbohydrates which are synthesized during the process of photosynthesis, if that will be translocated, that will be transferred to the grain or the panicle. Panicle is the the harvestable part of the rice plant. So if these photosynthesis will be translocated to the harvestable part or to the panicle or to the grain, then probably the grain will be very high. So that was the thinking, that was the idea, and though this was the idea, but no scientific research was carried out till 1950s. But subsequently, the Chinese people, particularly T.T. Chang and others, next slide please, others, they introduced the dwarfing gene, and they developed some variety in China first, and then the Taiwanese people also they did, and they also developed some semi-dwarf variety using the dwarfing gene. And at the same time, the International Rice Research Institute Philippines, those people also developed the miracle variety IR8. That was the first semi-dwarf variety developed by IRI during 1960s, and subsequent, next slide please. Then subsequently, the using IR8 as the parent, the local variety in almost all East Asian countries like your China, Myanmar, India, Indonesia. So local varieties, they did some breeding experiment, and so many semi-dwarf varieties were generated, and rice production was increased significantly. And because of that, the human society was saved. Of course, unfortunate part is that many people got Nobel Prize out of this, but the original idea, T.T. Chang, he has never been rewarded or awarded any prize or any awards. So that is the unfortunate part, but the idea came from him actually. So this is the picture of traditional variety, tall variety, and subsequently when the dwarfing gene was introduced, then you can see so many branches. We call it tiller. So many tillers were formed, and the production was very high. And I did my PhD on tillering of rice, but subsequently now, and one of my concepts was that even if we increase the tillers, but the production will not increase. So I said that all the tillers are not productive, although they are taking the resources. They utilize all kinds of resources, nutrients, water, everything, but they all are not productive. Just like suppose we have 5 brothers in home, we are not employed. Some people, they take resources but produce nothing. So like that, all the tillers are not productive. So now we are, the concept, our concept is to produce, this is not my concept, new there is new plant type. It is a concept in IRI that the unproductive tillers should be removed from the plant so that the plant can produce 4 5 heavy tillers, okay, with very strong columns and also big panicles with large number of grains, so the production will be enhanced. So that was the idea. Next slide, please. So as you know, the rice plant, they originated under very unfavorable environmental conditions. Okay, like the drought or flooding situation. But the plants are very, very clever, more cleverer than the human being. They always develop some survival strategy. And the survival strategy is that they produce excess reproductive structures, either in the form of more number of grains in the panicle or more number of tillers at the base of the plant. But as you know that the environment plays a major role. Ultimately, the sustenance of the reproductive structure will be determined by the environment only. Next slide, please. So basically, when the breeders, they wanted that when we go for increase in the rice production, that the number of grains within the panicle should be enhanced. So while increasing the number of grains, the panicle architecture has been changed. So initially, it was you can see in the first diagram that there is no secondary branching, only primary branching were there. But to accommodate the more number of grains, they increased the panicle branching. Particularly the secondary branching increased, that accommodated more grains, and the panicle architecture has been changed. Lax to compact, loose to compact. And next one. And because of the increase in the compactness, you can see here, increase in the compactness, number of grains are increasing. But what is happening, at the basal region of the panicle, the grains are not filled. The grains are unfilled, so therefore it is not productive, unsuitable for human consumption. Next one, please. So increased panicle compactness, it created a severe competition among the grains or the spikelets for resources. And secondly, it also produced the growth retarding hormone like ethylene. Then there will be poor grain filling. Then poor grain filling is mostly prominent at the basal part of the panicle, and because of that, almost there is 30 to 40% yield loss for the farmer. Next one, please. So you can see that the leaves produce the carbohydrates or photosynthase, which is translocated to the grains. And you can see at the basal region, 30 to 40% grains are not filled. So there is significant yield loss. But you can see the source is the leaf. Leaf produces the carbohydrate and it is moving towards the grain. You can see the panicle at the top, they are well filled. But the grains which are at the basal region, which are close to the source of supply, but they are not filled. So this was very astonishing for me when I was a MPhil student. I did this project, that they are close to the source of supply, but they are not filled properly. Then I started measuring the carbohydrates, what are different carbohydrates measured, and then we said that supply is not a problem. Rather, the utilization of carbohydrate, that is what we call the sink. Sink efficiency in the grain is poor. And then next one, please. So this is the different grain filling. Next one, please. So next one, please. So we actually, long back, 93, we proposed that supply is not a problem. Okay, plant produces a lot of carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are being supplied to the basal position of the grains, but they are not utilized. They are not utilized. So therefore, the sink efficiency is poor in the basal grain. Next one. So this is the process of grain filling. Grain filling is basically the conversion of carbohydrates into starch, sugar into starch. So that is the grain filling. Next one. So as many as 33 enzymes are involved in the process of grain filling, where the soluble carbohydrates are converted into starch. But we have taken 3 enzymes: sucrose synthase, ADP glucose pyrophosphorylase, and starch synthase. These are 3 enzymes which are very crucial. So we have measured their activity. Next one, please. Next one, please. So we have measured the grain dry weight in the basal position, in the apical position, and also next one, please, in different variety, compact panicle variety, and also the lax panicle variety. These are the grains. Next one, please. So also we have measured the soluble carbohydrate. You can see that in Mahalakshmi and CR29, they are the sterile type of variety or compact variety, where the carbohydrate concentration is very high in the on-field grains. So supply is not a problem. Next one, please. Next. So we measured almost all enzyme activity. One of the enzyme was sucrose synthase. So we measured in the compact panicle cultivar, the sucrose synthase activity is very low. Similarly, in the basal position of the grain, sucrose synthase enzyme activity is very low. So this is the biochemical study we have made. The next one. Then we analyzed the gene responsible for the different enzymes like sucrose synthase, ADP glucose pyrophosphorylase, and starch synthase. These are the 3 major enzymes. So we have isolated their genes, and that too different isoform of the genes, and we studied their expression pattern in the PCR machine. And then what we found that the sucrose synthase enzyme as well as the ADP glucose pyrophosphorylase, they are very crucial. They are because in the compact panicle cultivar, compact panicle rice, their expression is very poor. Next one. Then we also studied the same in real-time PCR, real-time or qPCR we have studied, same thing we got. Next one. Then, and so from this we could know that the enzyme activity and the expression of the genes which is responsible for the encoding the enzyme, they are the responsible for grain filling in rice. Next, please. So apart from this, also the growth retarding hormone, that is the ethylene, is also very, crucial for, it is a growth retarding hormone. So it is also very crucial because a lot of ethylene is produced when the plant go for flowering. Next one. So we measured the ethylene activity, and same thing we got that in the sterile cultivar we got lot of ethylene. So then we measured, next one, we measured the ethylene receptor and ethylene signaling transducer of molecules by qPCR as well as by reverse transcriptase PCR, and same thing we got that the expression pattern is very high in the compact variety, whereas it is less in the lax variety. Okay, so ethylene is also responsible for causing sterility. So that is our finding. Next one. So this is the qPCR analysis. Next. This is the RT-PCR analysis, qRT-PCR, previously reverse. Next one. So next one. Okay, so ethylene receptors and signal transducers are the proteins and are results of altered gene expression. Then also we went for the proteomics approach. Okay, proteomic approach also we have studied. Next one. Next, please. Next, please. So we through SDS space gel we have identified different proteins. Okay, in different compact and lax cultivar. Next, please. Next, please. So we have identified some proteins. I think I will not go into the details. Next, please. So, so this is some of the proteins which are responsible for the cell division. During the cell division and ethylene evolution, those proteins will be differentially expressed. Those proteins are differentially expressed in different grains. So we concluded that not only the genes but also the protein, because proteins are the master molecules. They control everything. Suppose we are tall, somebody is dwarf, then proteins play important role. So ultimately, proteins are called the gene products. So therefore, we also analyzed the gene products or proteins, and we could analyze differential expression of the proteins also. Next one. So next one. So basically, the proteins and the genes, they are responsible for grain peeling. And though it is a modern research, but the base is at the beginning. The base is at the indigenous level. So apart from this also, I work on UV resistance, mechanism of UV resistance, then submergence tolerance, then also dormancy related things. But everywhere, the indigenous knowledge that I collect from the common people, we always think that we are scientists, we are knowledgeous person. But when we go to the rural area, then whatever indigenous knowledge we get from them, at that time we feel very small before them. So really we should salute them. We should salute them because that indigenous knowledge, indigenous research is the base of all modern science research. So if we understand science, if we want to understand science, then we have to understand the basic things, the indigenous knowledge, indigenous people, and we must respect them. So with this, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this conference. Thank you, Dr. Gokhale and all other dignitaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As you are rightly said, it's an indigenous research, and it is very well, we have to salute the people who are doing this indigenous research and individual, yes. So give a clap for this. It is individual, and this is the outcome of this conference basically, as the name itself shows. It's an indigenous society for sciences and social sciences. So your topic is, sir, relevant to this. So thank you very much. And sir has told as in Odisha how the rice, which is a staple food, and sir has explained about the ABCD, they sleep, they drink, all the activities what are going, it's because of this rice. And the proteomics and the genomics and the gene expression is very responsible for the gain of the size, that is the increase in the size and the carbohydrate. And sir has explained what are the enzymes, which basic enzymes are responsible for the assimilation of that carbohydrate, because it has to convert into a sugar to starch, which is very important for the feeling. And the two comparative studies have done with the Mahalakshmi and the Upar. These are the strains, and he explained in his thesis, in his study, that how it has happened and how the gene expression has done with the proteomics and the genomics with QRT, RT-PCR and the QRT-PCR. So thank you very much, sir. You have given a nice insight on your work. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meher, ma'am. Now I request Dr. S.B. Nandeswar, sir, Principal Scientist, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Central Institute for Cotton Research, Nagpur, to please felicitate our plenary speaker, Dr. Nitin Labane, sir, with a memento as a token of love, appreciation and gratitude from IISS, Indian Indigenous Society for Sciences and Social Sciences, for their great contribution in the science and technology, research, education and training, and valuable time for this conference. Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, this certificate. So thank you both of you for your valuable time. Now I request Dr. B.A. Mehere ma'am Honorable Principal of Dr. Ambedkar College, Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur, to felicitate respected Dr. Kairali sir for for his nice presentations on biotechnological tools and techniques in rice improvement. I think I did not there. Okay, basically for biotechnology, so that techniques will definitely improve the productivity, vitality, and the uh, overall plant health as far as the rice plant is concerned. And I heard indigenous technology you use, so it is a great achievement, and it glorifies the dignity of our indigenous research and scientists. I recollect and I remember our honorable indigenous scientist Dadaji Khobragade. We were invited him for our 2016 national conference at Dr. Ambedkar College, Diksha Bhumi, jointly organized with Dr. Nandeshwar sir's basic institution, that is Central Institute for Cotton Research, Nagpur. And now he is not, he is no more. But that was a proudful moment for that time for the indigenous research, that such a uneducated, that the persons without knowing any breeding technology, without knowing any hybridization, selection, emasculation, but he invented, or we can say he invented and incorporated HMT rice variety in central India, basically from Chandrapur district. And after that he incorporated 16 fragrant rice variety in Vidarbha region. I think you must know, or you are aware about it? Okay. So, okay. So I feel, so I also, my respectful salute to the late Dadaji Khobragade on this occasion, and I request Dr. B.A. Mere Madam to please felicitate our indigenous scientist and Professor and Head Department of Botany, Life Sciences, School of Life Sciences from Sambalpur University, Odisha.
I'm honored, sir. I'm honored to felicitate the indigenous person. Give a big round of applause.
So thank you, Kairali sir, for accepting our invitations with such a short notice. So all the executive members are acknowledged and record your sincere thanks for your great contributions in the science and technology, basically in the crop improvement. So thank you. I also request Dr. Panikar Madam to please felicitate our next plenary speaker, Dr. Nagaloka ma'am, MD in Ayurveda. She nicely highlighted our ancient history knowledge system in the Ayurveda, how the ancient knowledge system was so developed as far as the surgery and all the basic tools and techniques that time used in India. So I request Dr. Panikar ma'am, Vice Principal, Dr. Ambedkar College, Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur, to please felicitate our guest of honor, our plenary speaker, respected Dr. Vidya Nagaloka madam. Basically, she is from Gujarat and she is very actively involved in the social movement also. So thank you so much, Dr. Panikar madam and Dr. Nagaloka madam, for accepting our invitations. Your contribution is greatly recognized, and we record our sincere thanks. Thank you. So now, without wasting time, we should go for valedictory function of this international conference. So now I I request Honorable Professor Dr. Vilas Kharaj sir, Director Dr. Ambedkar College, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Research Center, New Delhi, to please come on the dais as a president of this valedictory function. So thank you, Dr. Vilas Kharaj sir. I request the convener of this Indian Indigenous Society for Sciences and Social Sciences, Honorable Dr. D.P. Gokhale sir, to please grace the valedictory function. Now I request Dr. Priyadarshi Khobragade sir, General Secretary IISS, to be the historical, to be the part of this historical valedictory function of IISS conference. I request Dr. Ashwajit A. Fuljele sir, the renowned mycologist of Central India, to be the part of valedictory function of this conference. I request Dr. B.A. Mere ma'am, Principal Dr. Ambedkar College Diksha Bhumi Nagpur, to grace the valedictory function. Sir, I request Dr. Lakshman Patil sir, the convener of Indian Indigenous Society for Sciences and Social Sciences. He handle social sciences department, a very efficient man. So Doctor, I also request Dr. Vasnik sir to please grace the occasion of this valedictory function. So without wasting time, so as a tradition and our custom, we are moving ahead with the to lighting the candles, and I also request to water the saplings. This is a green initiative and non-pollutant initiative, we can say, by the IISS, where we pour the waters to the sapling and respect the plants and environment for the future sustainability. So I request all the dignitaries, respected dignitaries, to please enlighten and water the saplings. Indian Indigenous Society for Sciences and Social Sciences IISSS is a congregation of academicians and researchers with primary emphasis on Indian indigenous research, development and inclusive growth for a sustainable future. This IISSS was formed on the occasion of Constitution Day of Republic India in 2021, and this with the objective having to evolve into a umbrella body for shaping, evolving, disbursing scientific knowledge and scientific temperament in physical as well as social sciences. So now I request respected Dr. S.B. Nandeshwar sir to please welcome Honorable Director Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Research Center, New Delhi, Professor Dr. Vilas Kara sir. So Dr. S.B. Nandeshwar, Principal Scientist, CICR, Nagpur, felicitating the Professor Vilas Karas sir, who is the President of this function. He is from Dr. Ambedkar Research Center, New Delhi. Now I request Dr. P.K. Mishram sir to please felicitate the convener of this conference and convener of IISSS. इकडे घ्या सर. Sorry. Now I request Dr. P.B. Lokhande, Professor and Head Department of Chemistry, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonare, Raigad, Maharashtra, India, to please felicitate the General Secretary of IISSS, Professor Dr. Priyadarshi Khobragade sir. Thank you, Dr. Lokhande sir and Dr. Khobragade sir. Now I request Professor B.S. Haste sir to please felicitate Dr. Lakshman Patil, Convener, Social Sciences, IISSS. Dr. Lakshman Patil from North Santa Bhaina Bai University, North Marathwada University, Jalgaon. So thank you, Dr. B.S. Haste sir. Now I request Gajanan Wahane sir to please felicitate Vasnik sir, who is very famous, well-known social activist and the able administrator, micromanager from this central India. Thank you, Vasnik sir, and thank you, Gajanan Wahane sir. So, without wasting time, now I invite the convener of this conference and the convener of
I request Dr. Vidya ma'am to felicitate Somkuvar sir. Without him, this entire conference wouldn't be here. So big round of applause.
So I request Honorable Dr. D.P. Gogle, Head Department of Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering, राष्ट्रसंत तुकडोजी महाराज नागपूर युनिव्हर्सिटी नागपूर, to address on overall objective of the IISS and the conference as a convener of IISS and convener of this international conference. Honorable Dr. D.P. Gogle, sir. Thank you, Somkwar. IISS, Indian Indigenous Society for Sciences and Social Sciences. This is a very important for indigenous society. Why? This organization, it is a very important. This is a reason or main objective behind this organization, development or establishment. The first is the scientist or professor or researchers, they work in the lab, and farmers, they work in the land. Scientists work isolatedly in the lab and there is no connection between the farmers and scientists. So IISS want to, that is collaborate or combine both or communicated each, that is the farmers as well as scientists, and knowledge which is a transfer from lab to land, or technology transfer from lab to land. This is a main objective behind this IISS. Another very important thing here, the all scientists, which is work very hard, but common people not known. And for that purpose, we gathered all the scientists and motivate for to do the research related to the farmers or indigenous people. Because scientists do not know the problem of the farmers or indigenous people, how they can able to do the research. And so, farmers also do not know the technology, and so scientists and farmers both combine together, join together, and establish such type of the technology which is beneficial for the society. Another very important function, objective behind the foundation of this IISS, the first, all the scientists or researchers, they want to do the research which is beneficial, but some people, they do not give the exposure that scientist or that topic. So such topic we want to publish through this IISS. Another very important things. This foundation also, that is spread the scientific knowledge. For example, near about the more than 100 years, some societies, it may be scientific societies, institute or organization, work to spread the knowledge of the that is science, but still they fail to, that is develop the scientific vision of the indigenous people. Because you know very well, still nowadays, the common people or indigenous people, they have a vision. Which type of the vision? Non-scientific vision. For example, some cat crossed the road, still the people stop. Or nowadays also seen the citrus or chili hanging on the door or on the car or different type of the instrument which is developed scientifically. Means they use the scientific tool without scientific vision. And this is the reason because the entertainment industry
they create the such type of the serials, they create the such type of the films or such type of the advertisement which is a damage the vision of the common people or lower the or convert the scientific vision into non-scientific vision. So it is a very terrible or horrible for the Indian society. So we thought that the real scientific knowledge spread up to the common people. And how it is possible? It is possible through this organization. You know, last year established this organization, and through this establishment program, we are succeed to, that is spread the knowledge to the common people up to the 6 lakh or more than 6 lakh. And due to this international program or through this international program, we are going to spread the knowledge up to the 50 lakh people. Means within the 1 year, how this organization developed? It is developed because due to the support of Proton, means teachers, professor, teachers and non-teaching association, or ILA, Indian Lawyer Association, or IMPA, Indian Professional Medical Association, or RMBKS, all these are the organization helps to this IISS. And so we are able to succeed within the 1 year to spread this, increase the members and spread the knowledge up to the 50 lakh people. This is very important things. And within the 1 year, we are able to, that is found the body or WhatsApp group near about the 20 state. Means within the 1 year, we are going, that is spread in the 20 state. And this is a very big achievement of this organization. And so, number of this objective and all these are the very important things, but the time is very less here. So, I thanks Dr. Vilas Khara sir, Director, that is Ambedkar, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Research Center, New Delhi, and all the committee members, Dr. Subhash Shomakwar sir, Dr. Lakshman Patil sir, Dr. Khobaragade sir, Dr. Fuljali sir, and all, that is Ruchi ma'am, or that is माधुरी ठाकरे मैम, और बहुत सारे जो भी है लोग उन्होंने हमें सपोर्ट किया. All these are the very important things here. And also lastly, I thanks to, that is Awaz India, which is helps us to spread the knowledge up to the common people. And this is a very big achievement. It is through the Awaz India also. And all the, that is again Nagaloka also. Nagaloka provide this facility to conduct this program. And I hope that MNTV, this is also very important, because MNTV also, that is a live, and live record this all this program also. And so MNTV also having more than 10 lakhs or that is viewers. And so thanks to MNTV also. Okay, thank you for all giving this opportunity.
So thank you, Honorable Dr. Gokhale sir, for your brief and precise introduction on IISS and their objectives and future plan. So a lot of future plans are formulated and chalked out by the distinguished scientists from this nation as well as across the world, intellectual galaxies. We have also planned to produce the research scholar like Bhaskar Ahlami. Yesterday he was here to receive the award. Great scholar is working on artificial synthesis of the RNA. So like that, and very soon he will get a prestigious award, okay, and he deserve for that. So like that, scholar we will produce through this IISS, and for that we will cultivate and provide whatever the information necessary to produce such kind of research fellow. We have Dr. Labhane sir here, He is also lot of tremendous informations and knowledge regarding how to uh, uh, go there and what kind of steps, strategies, plans, and prerequisites required to become the scholar of a great excellence. So we will definitely take help from him also. He promises us. Uh, and we have also another plans like to make the pressure group on the government to start fellowship for the backward class, category wise and state wise, so that the indigenous people should get the equal opportunity and representations state wise for their sustainable growth, development, and inclusive uh, representations state wise. So that are also and so there are n number of plans and objectives we have. Very soon you will see all the plans in will be the ground reality. Thank you. Now, moving ahead, I request Honorable Dr. Priyadarshi Khobragade, the renowned archaeologist in the central India and director of Buddhist Travel and Tourism Department, Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, to enlighten us with the ancient knowledge system and the wealth of ancient wealth of India. Thank you.
With the blessing of Siddhartha Gautam Buddha and Baba Sahib Ambedkar, president of this function, related function, on the dais, Dr. Mere Madam, Dr. Kharat sir, and members and of the dais, so many delegates. I am Dr. Priyadarshi Khobragade. I am an archaeologist, and there are so many problems in the research of the Buddhist archaeology, because first thing is we know we dig earth in India, abroad India, and we get the details of the Buddha from beginning, starting of the period of the Buddha as a stupa, then Buddha image, then Bodhisattva image, and so many activities. But we found after 47 that are not published the whole report. Some reports are published, but more than 50% are not publishing. That first thing. Another thing is which is dig up, means excavated, and these excavated Buddhist monuments are losing by department, state government department and central government department. Such type of very good example near of the Nagpur, 90 kilometers of the Nagpur is Pauni. Then a Rajgatta near of Bangalore, we found a 300 Buddhist stupa, but now we could not see where is this site. And as this one excursion in Chhattisgarh, that is Sirpur, a beautiful image of the Tara, a bronze image of the Tara. After that excursion, the government lost this image. Till now, we could not find where is this. Such type of the incidents, and some deliberately doing government in the canal of the Uh, in the digging of the canal, we lost the Buddhist stupa, Buddhist monuments. Such type of example is very near of the Nagpur. In Pench Canal, we found 4 Buddhist bronzes, and one of them is lost. 3 has captured by the police station, and now is deposited in Central Museum. One of the rarest, the one is the rarest because there is a diamond in curly hairs. That is very Buddha image, which found in very close to Nagpur. And we know the Nagajungunda in Andhra Pradesh and Devani in Gujarat. We lost so many stupa because of the dam. And we are protecting one Buddhist stupa which is excavated by the Deccan College at Buldana district. That name is Bhon. We are stopping by this organization and pressure group on government, and government stop the work, and government is accept we protect this stupa. So many events are doing this, and we are committing to protect the Buddhist relics also, because more than means 99% Buddhist antiquity are going to outside of India. That is very losing, but they are still protected in outside India, and we are in Indian government, state government, we are not protecting the Buddhist monuments. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Priyadarshi Kobragade, sir, archaeologist of great excellence. He worked for conserving, preserving the ancient treasure and wealth of India, the international heritage sites in and around Vidarbha and outside of Vidarbha. And a lot of students are also inspired by him to do so. Thank you. Moving ahead with some award ceremony. So, to recognize the outstanding contribution to the society in the scientific research, social science research, designing, developing the green technology for the sustainable future of the society and thereby the sustainability of this planet, green earth planet. We feel it is our moral responsibility. So we feel it's our prime duty and responsibility to recognize the talent, the technology, and the hard and silent work by the personalities from India and outside the India. So, as a part of this program, now I request Professor Dr. Shyam Dafre sir to receive the Indian Indigenous Science and Technology Research Award 2020. Professor Sam Dafre sir is a professor and head Department of Chemistry, J.M. Patel College, Bhandara, and he has lot of assignment social assignment, and so many peoples usually meet him, and he resolve the problems of so many peoples who is in troubles. And also he greatly contribute for the indigenous people for the financial research training and some moral and some intellectual supports to the students from the rural background. And also he involves his research involves in the green technology development and designing. So your contribution are really remarkable for us for the sustainable society and sustainable uh, future. So I request Honorable Dr. Vilas Kharas sir, Director, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Research Center, New Delhi, to please honor him. On this important historical international conference organized by IISS. The name of the award is Indian Indigenous Science and Technology Research Award 2020. So we congratulate and on behalf of participants and executive member of IISS for your invaluable and great contribution to the society and to the science. Now I request Dr. Vidya Nagaloka ma'am, Professor, Department of Samhita Siddhant, SS Agrawal Institute of Ayurveda, Navsari, Gujarat, to please receive the Dhamantari Distinguished Scientist Award. Not Dhanvantari. This is a Dhamantari Distinguished Scientist Award 2020 at the hands of Principal of Dr. Ambedkar College, Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur, Professor Dr. B. Mere ma'am. Please honor her. She worked to ignite and help the society, to ignite the downtrodden society, and also help for the medical treatment, checkup, free checkup camp, and so many things she usually conduct for the indigenous community, and also active in the social movement. Thank you, with Dr. Vidya Nagaloka madam, Professor, Department of Samhita Siddhant, SS Agrawal Institute of Ayurveda, Navsari, Gujarat. And also I thank my principal. Now I request IISSS Distinguished Scientist Awardee, Dr. Uttam S. Sadhwe, BSPS Sanstha Ambajogai SS Mahavidyalaya, Bid, Maharashtra, India, to receive this prestigious IISS Distinguished Scientist Award 2020 at the hands of convener of this conference. Dr. Sadhwe sir is very much involved in research, technology, and training and education program in the rural areas of Marathwada region, and he designed so many formulations, herbal formulations for the society. Now I request my principal, Mrs. B.A. Mere Madam, to not honor anybody, but to receive the award. Samrajya Lakshmi Rashtamata Jijamai Award 2020 at the hands of Professor Vilas Karas. Samrajya Lakshmi Rashtamata Jijamai Award 2020. She is really a Jija Mata for all of us at our college. She is a motivational force. So definitely you will cultivate Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj like children's kid like us, so that we would be the great revolutionary. Okay, ma'am.
Shower Lakshmi all over for 5 years when my tenure is there.
Up.
Upliftment of all underprivileged and all the indigenous people.
Thanks a lot, madam. Thanks a lot. Now I request the senator of interdisciplinary discipline, Senate, Rashtra Sant Tuklodi Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, from interdisciplinary division, respected Dr. Salini Lihitkar ma'am, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Rashtra Sant Tuklodi Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, to receive the Satyashodak Kranti Jyoti Savitri Mai Phule Award 2020. We congratulate you, madam, for winning the Senate election from the indigenous community in the open category. So you glorified the dignity of our indigenous people in open category. You are a really inspiring source for all of us, and definitely we expect lot of new policies and new good work for the indigenous society at the university level. I request Karas sir to please do the honor. I request Senator Rashtra Sant Tuklodi Maharaj, Nagpur University, Dr. Shalini Lihitkar madam, to please express her views and thoughts.
Good evening to all of you and respected dignitaries, Dr. Mehre madam, Dr. Kharas sir, Dr. Subhash sir, and all other dignitaries. I am very happy to be here because this is really a indigenous people. We are all here, and this is really the galaxy of the intellectual one. And I am very happy I am receiving this award on this particular occasion of international conference by IISSS. And I know many people here. Madam is here, and I take this opportunity to thanks everyone. Just now I have been elected as a academic council under interdisciplinary study. So I need your support every time. Whatever support you have shown to me and whatever trust you have shown to me, I will be uphold that trust in your future. And I'm very happy that this particular IISSS is doing a lot of work for our people, and that will be in near future also. The initiatives will be there. So from my side, if any need and support is there, then I would be very happy to do something for the society and especially for this particular association or organization. So thank you once and all, and thanks for awarding me such type of great award, Jyotibai Phule, Savitri Jyotibai Phule Award. So thank you once and all. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Dr. Leetkar madam, for your precise address and commitment for the future journey of as a executive authority at the RTMNU Nagpur. Now I request P.T. Humne, Professor and Head Department of Botany, Dharampet Science College, Nagpur, to receive IISS Distinguished Scholar Award 2020. And we also congratulate you, sir, as a Board of Studies member of Botany, and also shown your great potential in politics as well as in research. It's a good combination, and it's a recombination technology to learn from him. I request Vasnik sir, the renowned social activist from the Central India, to honor him with the IISS Distinguished Scholar Award 2020 for his great achievements and contribution for the society and for the student. He has his own channel known as Botany for You, and having more than 10,000 subscribers. He worked a lot during the lockdown period to disseminate the scientific temperament and knowledge for the student, science student. Thank you. Now I request the presenter, now I request respected indigenous scientist Dr. Kareli sir from Sambalpur University, Odisha, to receive the Indian Indigenous IISS Distinguished Scientist Award 2020 at the hands of Dr. Priyadarshi Khobragade sir. Dr. Kareli sir. या इकडे हां certificate you will get certificate afterward, okay. This is a because of our first experience that things are happening in every program. So I thanks Dr. Kareli sir for traveling such a long distance to ignite and inspire the minds of indigenous scientists and budding researchers over here. And definitely we will work for the crop improvement and to safeguard the food and nutritional security for the sustainable futures for the indigenous people, because you know the index, which index? Hunger index, we are lagging behind from the Nepal, Bangladesh, and very bad position. Okay. So without wasting time, now it is a time for the recognition of the budding researchers, and it is a it is our great opportunity to ignite the young minds and young budding researchers on behalf of IISS to work for the sustainable society, for the sustainable futures with the innovative cutting edge technology for the science and technology and for the society. I request Yashwant Borge sir. Dr. Yashwant. I request Dr. Yashwant Borge sir. He was a postdoc fellow at Taiwan, and he synthesized so many compounds which have pharmaceutical importance, and he presented his presentation so nicely, and definitely his findings are very valuable for the science and technology and ultimately for the society. Dr. Yashwant Borge sir received the award. Best oral presentation awards at the hands of respected renowned mycologist of Central India, Dr. Aswajit Fuljale sir. He also the part of oral judge. He assessed all the presentations and without having any manipulation. Okay, because we have to maintain the quality and whatever the talents, we should not manipulate it, which is happening in other conferences, and we have a lot of experiences. So now I request Dr. Abdul Qadir sir from Madras Presidency of College, Chennai, to receive the second oral presentation awards. At the hands of Principal Scientist, Central Institute of Cotton Research, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, CICR, Dr. S.B. Nandeswar sir. He is also involved in crop improvement and biotechnology. So I congratulate Dr. Qadir. Okay, you also have covered the long distance from one tip to the Central India. So we have to connect you in next future to make our network in South India. Okay. So Dr. Qadir sir, I request to please give your 1 minute feedback related to conference without having any manipulation, only reality. Okay.
So speak truth, sir, so that we can change also. We can have suggestions are expected so that we can improve ourselves.
Good evening to respected professors, scientists, students, and others. So really I am happy to know that the scientific and academic researchers group from this part has created this group for promoting the scientific activity in the country, because for the last 8 years we are suffering from in all parts of all walks of the life. And as a part of this organization from southern region, I will promote whatever the IISS is giving. I can disseminate the ideas, knowledges to the young researchers of our region, not only in Tamil Nadu, but also in Kerala, because I am settled in Kerala, though I am working in Chennai. I can concentrate on these two regions. And really, I mean, first international conference organized by Dr. Som Kumar. So I was part of that as I think for some evaluation committee member. So I was highly impressed. I know Som Kumar from 2017. So we were at the Human University in Nainital for attending a reference course. At that time I know that though he is a young man, so he is very much interested in research, and he do things in a straightaway manner. not manipulating, and he is a bold man. Whatever he want to say, he straight away tell. So such a character he is giving. I am also like that only. We don't have anything. I mean, behind the people do something, and in front of them doing something. We don't have such a thing. And really, and the hospitality provided by the IISS during this period, and the foods. So I am really comfortable with the food diet of this region. So I suffered. I mean, last week I was in Dharwad for attending IIT conference. So really, I was not comfortable with that food, though it is very near to our Tamil Nadu. So here the foods are very, I mean, tasty, I mean, spicy, whatever we make in our home or in our region. So in that aspect, it is very good. And regarding the accommodation and other transportation facilities, and more than that, the people from this are they are eco-friendly. So I am really happy as part of this organization, and I give once again I am thankful to this organizer for giving me an opportunity to participate in this conference. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you.
Now I request Ritambara Haldar. She is from West Bengal, na? Okay. She is from West Bengal. She went because we will send her through the post on the postal address. है क्या मेमेंटो? मेमेंटो नहीं है ना? है? थर्ड का, okay. So I request Nikhil Modgare to receive her award. Okay, we will send to her on her postal address. And I request once again Ashwajit Fuljele sir to do the honor. निखिल तुला न्यायचं ना नहीं तो अवार्ड के लिए लोग अपने सिद्धांत और प्रिंसिपल और क्या क्या नहीं भेज देते ना, नहीं तो ऐसा मत करना क्योंकि लोग ने अभी एग्जैक्टली डॉक्टर आनंद पाटिल टोल्ड ना ज्ञानपीठ अवार्डीज हाउ दे बिकम ए ज्ञानपीठ अवार्डीज एंड व्हाट नॉट. ओके, सो आई विल नॉट रेप्लिकेट हियर. नाउ moving ahead with poster presentation award. The first award backed by Rashmi Mokal from Department of Chemistry from my institution. Usually we हमारे कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट को अगर अवार्ड मिलता है तो हम वो निकाल देते हैं. हमारे अभी इसमें जो असेसमेंट हुआ है, सो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट. आई रिक्वेस्ट I request Priyadarshi Khobragade sir, Patil sir and Vasnik sir to do the honor. I also request Dr. Supriya Wagmare to be ready to receive the second best poster presentation award. So congratulate Rashmi Mokal ma'am for your best poster presentation. Now I request Dr. Supriya Wagmare. Sir, तुम्ही परत तिथेच थांबा. हाँ, कॉलेज डिपार्टमेंट चिंतामणी कॉलेज of Science, Pomburna, Chandrapur, Maharashtra, India. She will receive the award, second best poster presentation award. So congratulate Dr. Supriya Wagmare madam. Now I request Renuka Vyavare and Dr. Madhuri Thakre madam from the Department of Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering, again the same department where the convener works as a professor and head. Okay. I request Dr. Ruchi Vasnik ma'am to please receive the third best poster presentation award, and I request all the 4 dignitaries to do the honor. Now I request Ritu Yal Nakade, Nakade, sorry. Now I request Ritu Yal Nakade, and I also request Dr. Nitin Labane sir to please do the honor along with all the four dignitaries. Titesh Thamba. She has qualified NET, GRF and GATE with a All India ranking 166. So, so I congratulate Miss Ritu Nakade for your great achievement, and you are an inspiring source for all the girl students to be a part of NET, GRF and GATE, because the as far as the NET, GRF and GATE qualification is concerned, boy students are having more number and girl students are very much lagging, but she will definitely inspire her. Now I request, so thank you so much sir. Now I request काय नाव ते बोरगे काय ऑनलाइन वाले नंतर करू now I am declaring the names with the permission of all the dignitaries and the convener of this conference. The online awardees are Nagore Praveen Kumar, Batu, from Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, Raigad, Maharashtra, India, for bagging the first prize. Similarly, I also congratulate Kanchan Mane from, and Madhuri Bhagat for winning the third online oral presentation award. So I congratulate all the online presenter for having this great honor and award on behalf of IISSS. Now I request J. Borge to Jyoti Borge, Miss J. Borge to come on the days, to speak on the Indian democracy in the translated version in Chinese. Thank you.
Namo Buddhaya and Jai Bhim to all of you present here. My name is Jayashree Borge, and my topic is democracy in India. So, what is democracy? Democracy is a form of government where all eligible citizens can cast a vote to choose their representatives in a government. 民主是一种政府行令，所有符合条件的公民都可以代表选择他们的政府中的代表。Democracy is a type of political system or a system of decision making within an institution or organization in which all the members have equal share of power. 民主是一种僵持制度或机构组织内的抉择制度，其中所有城乡就读平等的管理。 The Indian Constitution is one of the best and revolutionary documents for Indian, wrote by the architect of modern India, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. But the reality in the recent past is very embarrassing and tragic, where we observe the anti-constitutional and anti-national spirit, which destroys the dreams of Indian social and inclusive growth of all the communities, including backward classes. 印度枪法是印度最好的警运。经文前之意由枪底。印度将处士 Dr. B. Ambedkar 博士专节，但最近的尝试非常尴尬，和我们观察到翻下发、喝饭在内的所有事故的印度社会不让性成长。Thank you everyone to the organizers who gave me chance to speak in front of all of you, and thank you Google sir. Thank you everyone. Namo Buddhaya Jai Bhim.
So this disciplines was uncovered, and that's why she covered the discipline, and now the conference, all the themes of the conference are fulfilled. Thank you. Now moving ahead with the very last part of the conference, I request Dr. Aswajit Fuljele sir to briefly give the suggestions for organizing the future conference, and some sort of loopholes and some missing things, and some recommendation for the futures.
Thank you very much, Dr. Somkur sir. But button either. Dignitaries on the dais, respected Kharat sir, Mere madam, Gogle sir, Patil sir, Khobragade sir, Somkur sir, and distinguished scientists, invited scientists, speaker, delegates, participants. Actually, it is not the occasion where I should give a suggestion, because already whatever they have organized on such a massive level, so it will be very bad from my part that I should try to give some suggestions which will point out some things. Actually this conference is a very historic day, because when the idea of this IISS was conceptualized, that time many ideas were there, and this Gogle sir, then Patil sir, Khobragade sir, Rizwan sir, Somkur sir, many others, they are working very hard for to fulfill that the sum of the ideas in their mind. One of the idea is that to give an umbrella organization in which all the indigenous people should be able to connect, because we know that the time is such where we should progress, or we should have a very progressive society, but what we are actually experiencing that there is a lot of divisiveness is developing, and we know that the indigenous peoples are the sufferer of this divisiveness throughout the history, we know that. So therefore, it was a very good initiative that to conceptualize one of such organization and bring practically the people from throughout the India on such a platform where they should call such organization is their own organization, where they can present there, and we should able to felicitate them, we should able to recognize them. Such platform is needed on very large scale. So whenever we want to organize such a large program, and that too on the first time, you may find some lacunas regarding the organization, but these are the part and parcels of this organizing mechanisms. I don't think that in the organization, organizing this type of a program is having any lacuna. Actually, we like to congratulate all of them, and I hope that all the people will give applause to them, because they are not only thinking that practically bringing all these ideas on the platform, because many people think like academician like us, they do not involve directly in any type of activism, but this type of activism where all the intellectuals from the indigenous community should have a platform and should bring their ideas. This is nothing but what we found a very great success, and in the future, of course, this experience will give a great lesson that they can organize the program on a very large scale, so where the people should able to not only our people should able to connect with this, but other peoples also able to recognize that such institution or such organization is there, which is specially meant for give the recognition of the indigenous people. So I hope that will be come true in the future. Then one of the suggestion I like to express that the what already you have mentioned while discussing, that we should have a very quality journal publication, because such work which we are presenting here, and many international and national eminent scientists have participated. So definitely whenever you will plan for a very good journal, peer reviewed journal, definitely the great contribution from senior scientists from throughout the India will get attracted, and later on that we can establish our journal, our own journal in a good way, which will give the platform to all the researcher, teachers and the thinker. They should able to publish, because many of the journals do not accept the on the basis of many other criterias. So this indigenous quality is also there. So I again like to congratulate all the participants, and I will not want to take too much time, but I really appreciate their hard work, what they think. They always try to fulfill that all the commitment, and this is the one of the commitment to organize an international quality, international level conference, and which is a very complicated type of arrangement. Those who are able to attend this conference, they have presented their papers offline, and those who are not able to arrange. So it was a very great kind of feasibility that you have provided for those who are not able to attend offline. They have presented their work online, and you very greatly recognize them also, and in the future definitely people will get attracted towards this organization by their quality, and in the large number the people will participate in such type of programs. So by academically these 2 points I was interested to talk. There are many other ideas in their mind. So in future I hope all these ideas, their ideas to bring the people, indigenous people on the one platform, and work for their progress, and provide them all the facilities, or all the what we can call the requirements of their further progress, which are required for in their academic and research activity. That is what the another things we like to have, that the one such thinker group should be there who can guide, like Dr. Nitin Lavhane is there, who always try to help the students, that how to bring students from the indigenous community people, that they should be upbring. So thank you very much all. Congratulations once again to organize such a successful seminar conference, international conference. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. Your valuable suggestions. We will note these suggestions for organizing and for will definitely add in the objective or the double I triple S, and soon you will see that suggestions will becomes the reality in near future. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Utpal Dongre sir to please on the best wishes video by our great social reformers in the recent times, and who works day and night for saving the constitutional fundamental right of all the Indians, including the fundamental and आवाज कुठं आहे? तोपर्यंत मी बोलतो आवाज येतपर्यंत. आवाज मिळता? So honorable, we received the message and best wishes from honorable Vamanji Meshram Sahib, who is a convener of Bahujan Kranti Morcha, and he is working day and night along with his entire team, cadre, and his to save the Constitution of Republic India, as well as to have the equal opportunity and the representations for the from the downtrodden society. Thank you. मोबाईल मध्ये लावून सर, मोबाईल मध्ये लावून स्पीकरला हे करा. हाँ निकले. Because many participants need to go. Okay, they have their schedule plan.
साथियों, डबल आई और ट्रिपल एस का राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन नागपुर में हो रहा है. इस अधिवेशन में देश भर से जो रिसर्च पेपर लिखने वाले या रिसर्च पेपर पढ़ने वाले ऐसे जो प्रोफेसर लोग हैं, उन लोगों के लिए खास तौर पर यह संगठन हमने बनाया है, ताकि ऐसे लोग सारे देश भर में शेड्यूल कास्ट में, शेड्यूल ट्राइब में, नॉमिनिक ट्राइब में, एमबीसी में, ओबीसी में और माइनॉरिटी में, जो सारे देश भर में इस तरह के प्रोफेसर है, उन लोगों को संगठित करने का राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर इसके पहले कभी कोई प्रयास नहीं हुआ है. इसलिए ये प्रयास संगठित रूप से किया जा रहा है. मानसेव के द्वारा ऐसे अनेक ऑफशूट संगठन बनाए गए हैं, लगभग 86 ऑफशूट संगठन हैं. उसमें ये भी डबल आई और ट्रिपल एस का राष्ट्रीय स्तर का संगठन बनाया जाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू की गई है, और उस बात को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए खास तौर पर ये कार्यक्रम रखा गया है. इस कार्यक्रम में पिछले साल के मुकाबले में प्रोफेसर गोगले साहब, जिनकी इसमें जिम्मेदारी लगाई गई है, उन्होंने काफी संगठित रूप से प्रयास किया है. और ये भी जानकारी मिली है कि काफी बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों ने अपने रिटर्न पेपर जो है वो सबमिट किए हैं और वो पढ़ने वाले हैं. तो ये इसके प्रोग्रेस की गति देखकर मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है. कि हमारे समाज का सबसे ज़्यादा पढ़ा लिखा वर्ग, मतलब जो प्रोफेसर है और प्रोफेसर से भी आगे पढ़ा लिखा, पीएचडी है, एमफिल है, ऐसे जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं वो ज़्यादातर समाज से दूर दूर रहने की कोशिश करते हैं। हमारी कोशिश रहेगी कि ये ज़्यादा बुद्धिमान लोग हैं। और अगर कोई प्रोफेसर है तो यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रैंड कमीशन के रिकमेंडेशन के अनुसार 2 लाख रुपए से ज़्यादा ही सैलरी कमाने वाले लोग हैं। तो ऐसे लोग समाज से दूर दूर रहने का ही काम करते हैं। उन लोगों से ये उम्मीद है कि वो संगठित हो जाए, और इस संगठन का एक मकसद ये है कि इस संगठन के द्वारा उनको एक बहुत ये है कि इस संगठन के द्वारा उनको एक बहुत बड़ा मंच उपलब्ध करवाया जा रहा है, जिसके तहत वो रिसर्च पेपर लिख सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, जिसका उनको सैलरी में बढ़ोतरी करने के लिए बेनिफिट होगा। और उसके साथ साथ जब वो रिसर्च पेपर लिखेंगे, अगर वो हमारी सामाजिक, आर्थिक, धार्मिक, राजनीतिक समस्याओं को लेकर रिसर्च पेपर लिखते हैं, क्योंकि साइंस एंड सोशल साइंस केवल साइंस के प्रोफेसरों को इकट्ठा करने का कार्यक्रम नहीं है, ये साइंस एंड द सोशल साइंस, इसलिए एक ट्रिपल एस शब्द आया हुआ है। तो एस फॉर साइंस एंड डबल एस फॉर सोशल साइंस। तो इसलिए ये लोग सामाजिक समस्याओं पर, धार्मिक समस्याओं पर, राजनीतिक समस्याओं पर, आर्थिक समस्याओं पर, शिक्षा की, हमारी जो SC ST OBC माइनॉरिटी की समस्याएं है, उस पर भी ये लोग रिसर्च पेपर लिख सकते हैं। और इससे जो बड़े पैमाने पर डाटा अवेलेबल होगा, इस डाटा का आंदोलन में उपयोग किया जा सकता है बात को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा काम समाज की दृष्टि से हो सकता है, जो बड़े पैमाने पर सारे देश भर में उपयोग में और प्रयोग में लाया जा सकता है। आज डाटा का क्या महत्व है, ये रिसर्च करने वाले लोगों को ही समझ में आता है, क्योंकि दूसरे लोगों को ये बात समझ में नहीं आती है। मैं इस बात को इसलिए ज़्यादा महत्व मानता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे हर जगह जाकर प्रिसाइड और करना पड़ता है, तो मुझे डाटा की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत होती है, करंट डाटा की और ज़्यादा ज़रूरत होती है। और डाटा जो है एक ऐसा मटेरियल है जिसके बगैर कोई एनालिसिस नहीं किया जा सकता, कोई विश्लेषण नहीं किया जा सकता, कोई तुलना, कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं किया जा सकता। तो डाटा एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मटेरियल है जिसको हम लोग बड़े पैमाने पर आंदोलन में उपयोग और प्रयोग में ला सकते हैं। और रिसर्च करने वाले जो लोग हैं, प्रोफेसर है, वो इस डाटा को सामने ला सकते हैं, जिस डाटा का हम आंदोलन में उपयोग करके हमारे समाज को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फायदा पहुंचा सकते हैं, आंदोलन को पहुंचा सकते हैं। इसलिए इस अधिवेशन के महत्व को बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर ये महत्व की बात है। और ये बात हमारे समाज के लोगों को, जो ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, उनको भी समझने की ज़रूरत है, और जो ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे लोग नहीं हैं उन लोगों को भी समझने की ज़रूरत है। इसलिए इस मौके पर मैं इतनी ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि इस काम के लिए ज़्यादा बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों को जुड़ना चाहिए, संगठित होना चाहिए, और संगठित होकर बात को आगे।
Thank you, Dr. Utpal Dongre sir, and thank you the Mool Nivasi Nayak and the great revolutionaries, a staunch bearer of Shiv Phule Shahu Ambedkar and the Mool Nivasi movement in India. Thank you, Honorable Vaman Meshram Sahab, for your very intellectual and informative and very great message for all of us. And also you have a lot of expectation from the intellectual galaxies, basically from the researcher scientists who generate data, and definitely that data will becomes the milestones for this umbrella organization Bahujan Kranti Morcha to get as much as large benefit from the government of India for the benefit for the social and inclusive growth of the indigenous community, backward community, including OBC, SC, ST and minority. Now I request Shyam Dapre sir to please kindly note your appreciation and some suggestions from you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for giving me a chance to put some. I'm not going to suggest anything for this conference, because this conference, what I feel since from the morning, is truly highly positive energies here. And ambience is really positive, no doubt, because this space and this area is full of positive energy, and people used to come here to create the positive energy within soul and within the body. But the conference is full of energy. It's a gathering, it's a wonderful gathering of indigenous people, and a very informative conference. As far as Dr. Fuljale sir already had given his view on this recommendation, I feel personally that I must dare to say something with the kind permission of the chair and the dignitaries, because it's a wonderful gathering of indigenous people, and we are working for human beings, and we are working for indigenous society, underprivileged society. This is what the Honorable Vaman Meshram sir also said from his video, because we are not up to limited, we should not restrict ourselves up to the lab research and our number of publication, number of awards and etc. We must give something to the society also, because whatever the people gather here, I don't think anybody born with the golden spoon in mouth. We all came, as far as I came, since from the morning I come across the many people, they all are strugglers. And I made a practice from last 10 years. I always request and always ask people to change the view in the society. There are a lot many students. मैं काफ़ी जगह काम करता हूँ, मैं कोरोना पैंडेमिक में भी, वैसे भी हॉस्पिटल्स में मैं काफ़ी काम करता हूँ. एक मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है सबसे फ्रॉम दिस प्लॅटफॉर्म, बिकॉज यू पीपल आर लर्नेड अँड ज्याला आपण मराठीत म्हणतो की तुम्ही आपण सगळे संवेदनशील लोक आहोत. तो वी हैव वन हैबिट कि हम किसी के घर का वास्तु है तो हम 10 काम छोड़ के तैयार होके हम वास्तु में जाते हैं. वो करोड़ का मकान बनाता है तो भी आजकल लोगों आदत हो गई, पता नहीं कहाँ से आती है. वी यूज टू गिव एनवेलप में 500 रुपये वास्तु में देते हैं, 1000 रुपये देते हैं, और शादी ब्याह में उनका शामियाना, उनका खाना, फूड पे, वो जिसका घर का भी है, ये पर्सनल भी हो सकता है मेरा, प्लीज़ मैं पहले से ही माफ़ी मांग लेता हूँ. तो हम वो करोड़ों के शामिया में लाखों का फूड रहता है, लॉट मेनी डिशेस आर देयर, पीपल आर एंजॉइंग एंड वी आर गिविंग अगेन देम 500 and 1000 and take photographs and smile and etc etc. Why don't you have learned as a part of our responsibility to give something to the society? अभी आप अगर देखोगे तो इतने पेशेंट्स है और अंडर प्रिविलेज सोसाइटी से पेशेंट्स है कि उनके पास मेडिकल एक्सपेंडिचर करने के लिए पैसा नहीं होता. तो क्यों ना हम ऐसी इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हम ये एक संकल्प करें कि इसके बाद हम जब कभी भी हमारे रिलेटिव्स में हो, दोस्ताने में हो, नॉन टीचिंग फैकल्टीज़ में हो, या जो भी सोसाइटी का हमको पता चलता है कि ही इज़ हॉस्पिटलाइज, व्हाई डोंट यू गो टू हॉस्पिटल एंड गिव देम 500 और 100 जो आपके कैपेसिटी में हो. हम उन लोगों को ये क्यों हैबिट हम नहीं डालते हमारे लर्नेड सोसाइटी में. एज फार एज कंसर्न हम जाते भी नहीं, फ़ोन पे हम खाली उसकी हाँ कैसी तबीयत है, क्या है, वो सॉरी ऐसा है क्या, वैसा है क्या, हम प्रे करते हैं कि अच्छा हो जाए. दिस इज़ नॉट सफिशिएंट फॉर दी. काफ़ी सारे लोगों, अब आप लोगों बोलेंगे कि सर आजकल हर कोई इंश्योर्ड होता है. कितने % लोग हेल्थ इंश्योर्ड रहते हैं? 2% ऑफ द सोसाइटी. तो हमारे एक स्टेप करने से अगर आज हम 2 लोग करेंगे तो कल के 2 के 20 हो जाएंगे, 20 के 200 हो जाएंगे. दिस विल बी क्रिएट अ वंडरफुल सोसाइटी. सोसाइटी ऑफ ह्यूमन बींग्स लिविंग फॉर ह्यूमन बींग्स। बस यही मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है। कई मंदिर है जो भी हम धार्मिक जगह पे, तो हर किसी की धार्मिक इच्छा हो सकती है, पर डोनेट करते हैं, उससे अच्छा आप ब्लड डोनेट कीजिए। हेल्थ इशू इतने हैज ग्रॉन लाइक एनीथिंग। इफ यू सी द हॉस्पिटल, नागपुर में कम हॉस्पिटल्स है क्या? एवरी हॉस्पिटल इज फुल ऑफ लॉट मेनी डिसीजेस। और पैसे वाला भी होगा तो एक समय ऐसा आता है कि ही लॉस एवरीथिंग, सब कुछ वो लोग बेच बाँच के अपने पेशेंट जो भी उनका नज़दीक का रहता है उसके लिए खर्च करते। तो क्यों नहीं हम लोग एक बार जाके मिल के उसको, जो भी हमारे कैपेसिटी में जाऊंगा, मेरी कैपेसिटी 100 की है तो आप 100 रुपये एनवेलप में डाल के क्यों नहीं देते? शादी ब्याह में तो कोई बुरा नहीं मानता, फिर यहाँ क्यों बुरा मानेगा वो 100 रुपये लेने के लिए? एक कर्टसी विजिट दीजिए, मेडिसिन दीजिए, फ्रूट्स दीजिए, वॉट एवर पॉसिबल फॉर यू। सो वाई डोंट यू क्रिएट सच इमोशनल टचअप विद द इंडिजिनियस पीपल? Thank you very much for giving me a chance, Dr. Subhash. And as far as I would like to say again one more comment. This is really a Subhash, Dr. Subhash. Dr. Subhash का मैंने आज से नाम लिख के, तो कैटलिस्ट, कैटलिस्ट, ऐसी कैटलिस्ट हर सोसाइटी में हो, हर कॉलेज में हो, हर समाज में हो, which can who can accelerate the positive things with the positive energy. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर डफरे सर। आपने जो कहा कि हमारे इंडिजिनस कम्युनिटी के बहुत से पेशेंट को कुछ दवाई नहीं मिल पाती है, या प्रॉपर ट्रीटमेंट के कारण वो गुजर जाते हैं, या फिर उनको प्रॉपर हेल्प या गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से कुछ प्रॉपर यानी जो भी उनको बेनिफिट्स मिलना चाहिए वो नहीं मिल पाती, जिसके वजह से इंडिया में बहुत से लाखों लोगों की जान चली जाती है। तो ये ऐसी स्थिति ना बने, इसके लिए ये हमारा जो मदर विंग है वो काम कर रहा है की भिकाऱ्याला भीक मागायची वेळच येऊ नये अशी स्थिति निर्माण करण्यासाठी, ऐसी स्थिति निर्माण करने के लिए ही ये संगठन के लोग, ये कैडर, लाखों कैडर पूरे 31 स्टेट में दिन रात मेहनत कर रहे हैं, और हमारे आने वाले फ्यूचर को एक सेफगार्ड करने के दिशा में ही बहुत काम चल रहा है। इसके रिजल्ट आने वाले जल्दी फ्यूचर में दिखने वाले हैं, और आपके सजेशन के लिए ये आने सजेशन पर हम ज़रूर विचार करेंगे, और आने वाले दिनों में जो कुछ भी इस संगठन के माध्यम से पे बैक टू सोसाइटी के अंतर्गत जो कुछ भी हो सकता है उसके बारे में हम सोचेंगे। धन्यवाद। उसके बाद मैं विदाउट वेस्टिंग टाइम नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट द मैन ऑफ हाई एक्सलेंस रिसर्च एंड जिन्होंने अने बड़े बड़े रिसर्च अने बड़े बड़े इतिहासकार, आपने कल डॉक्टर विनोद विच पाटिल, आनंद पाटिल सर का स्पीच सुना, और उसके बाद मामा देशमुख, जिन्होंने एक अकेले पर्सन ने भारत के 100 साल के करीब जो एस्टेब्लिश होने जा रही उस संस्था को हरा दिया था कोर्ट में, है ना। ऐसे रेफरेंसेस, ऐसे कोटेशन, ऐसा रिसर्च कहाँ से वो लाते हैं, और उनका जो थिंकिंग है वो अलग ही, यानी वो भी बहुत बड़े सोशल साइंटिस्ट या हिस्टोरियन है, जिनका नाम वो जब भी हम मिलने जाते हैं उनको तो लेते हैं, वो बोलते हैं कि इन्होंने संभाजी महाराज के हत्यारे ढूंढ के निकाले, उन्होंने डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के हत्यारे ढूंढ के निकाले, जिन्होंने शिवाजी महाराज के बारे में जो इतिहास अभी तक सामने ही नहीं आया, जीजा माता के बारे में हो, या शिवाजी महाराज का इतिहास हो, या फिर उनका काम यानी एंशियंट हिस्टोरिकल नॉलेज, एंशियंट आर्कियोलॉजिकल नॉलेज, एंशियंट कस्टम्स, ट्रेडिशंस और व्हाट नॉट, यानी बीसी एंड आफ्टर मीन्स आफ्टर क्रिस्ट, यानी दोनों, यानी ख्रिस्त पूर्व और ख्रिस्त के बाद जो भी इरा है भारत का, जो भी भारत का गौरवशाली इतिहास है और भारत की गौरवशाली परंपरा है, भारत का जो वेलफेयर स्टेट जो हुआ करता था, जो 12 देशों का एक महाद्वीप, भारतीय उपखंड यानी इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट, इस उसमें वो जाके पर्सनली पूरा वेरीफाई करके हर चीज़ को माइक्रो साइंटिफिकली देख के, माइक्रोस्कोपिकली, जिनके यानी आइज में ही माइक्रोस्कोप लगा है, और जिनका सोचने का नज़रिया तरीका कुछ यानी साइंटिस्ट से भी ऊपर है, तो ऐसे सुपर साइंटिस्ट को मैं यहाँ पे बुलाना चाहता हूँ कि वो हमारे साइंटिफिक गैदरिंग को इंस्पायर करे. डॉक्टर ऑनरेबल विलास खराज सर, टू प्लीज डू इंस्पायर अस.
साथियों, IISSS का 2 days इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का कंक्लूड हो रहा है, समापन हो रहा है, और इसको MN TV के द्वारा हम लाइव भी कर रहे हैं. इसीलिए केवल हॉल के अंदर ही इसको सुन नहीं रहे, बल्कि अलग अलग राज्यों के लोग भी इस आपकी एक्टिविटी के ऊपर निगाहें डाले हुए हैं. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर प्रोफेसर्स लोगों के बीच में जाकर बोले, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का ये मानना है कि प्रोफेसर को सप्ताह में केवल 2 बार ही लेक्चर लेना चाहिए. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का थॉट्स था. प्रोफेसर को विद इन वीक 2 बार ही लेक्चर लेना चाहिए और बाकी का समय उसने रिसर्च के लिए लगाना चाहिए. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का एक थॉट था. बुद्धि को अंग्रेजी में नॉलेज कहते हैं. ये जरूरी नहीं है कि हर बुद्धिमान व्यक्ति ईमानदार हो. बुद्धि का गुण है, बुद्धि का एक गुण है और बुद्धिवान का एक दुर्गुण भी है. तो बुद्धि अच्छे काम के लिए भी इस्तेमाल हो सकती है और बुद्धि का दुरुपयोग भी किया जा सकता है. तो जो सामाजिक दायित्व की बात है, ये इंडिजिनियस लोगों की रिसर्च करने वाली साइंस और सोशल साइंस के लोगों का हम कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं. क्यों कर रहे हैं? मैं आपको एक सादा सवाल पूछता हूं. क्रिया की कोई ना कोई प्रतिक्रिया होती है, साइंटिफिक बात है. आज जो आप लोग अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट किया, अलग अलग बिंदुओं पर आप लोगों ने चर्चा किया, इंटरनेशनल लेवल के लोगों ने भी अप्रिशिएट किया, वो भी आपके एक्टिविटी में इन्वॉल्व हुए. तो इंडिया में मैं मान रहा हूं ये पहला प्रयास है, ये आधुनिक प्रयास है, बहुत अच्छा प्रयास है. इंडिया में क्या होता है, एक संस्था है साइंस कांग्रेस. साइंस कांग्रेस ने जनवरी में नागपुर में कॉन्फ्रेंस लेने की घोषणा कल ही की और कल ही आपके IISSS का आरंभ हो चुका था. ये बात आप इजीली ले सकते हैं, मगर मैं ये मान रहा हूं ये क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है. मगर माफ करना, जिनकी डिग्री पर विवाद हुआ वो साइंटिस्ट लोगों को मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए आने वाले हैं. जिनका डिग्री का विवाद का हल नहीं हुआ अभी तक, वो मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए आने वाले हैं. मगर उसके अंडर करंट्स हमें पता है वो क्यों आ रहे हैं. वो साइंस विषय में ज्ञान को गोबड़ करने क्यों आ रहे हैं. ज्ञान ही नहीं है वो, ज्ञान को गोबड़ करना. तो एक बुद्धि होती है, तो बुद्धि एक गुण है, मगर बुद्धिमान बनने से काम नहीं चलेगा. उसका सामाजिक दायित्व का उसे एहसास कराना चाहिए. पाली में दूसरा एक वर्ड है जो ज्यादातर इस्तेमाल होता है और वो वर्ड है प्रज्ञा. प्रज्ञा में, प्रज्ञा को अंग्रेजी में विजडम कहते हैं। तो प्रज्ञा में दो गुण होते हैं, ज्ञान भी होता है, मगर उस ज्ञान का इस्तेमाल हमेशा के लिए सही काम के लिए करना, दैट इज प्रज्ञा, दैट इज विजडम। इंडिया में क्या हो रहा है, हम ये जो कर रहे हैं, भविष्य इसका बहुत अच्छा है। आपकी जो संस्था है IISSS, ये संस्था साल भर में लगभग 22 स्टेट में फैल गई है। ये मतलब हमारे लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। जो हाईली एलिट क्लास है, वो उन लोगों के साथ संपर्क बढ़ गया और वो लोग जिम्मेदारी लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसी स्थिति में हमने अलग रास्ता क्यों अपनाया? बिकॉज ये देश लोकतंत्रवादी देश है, इसलिए कोई भी गलत बात को थोपा नहीं जा सकता और गलत बात गलत है यही कहने का साहस होना चाहिए। तो इंडिया में क्या चल रहा है, मैं आपको उदाहरण के लिए बता रहा हूं। इंडिया में ज्ञान की और ज्ञानी लोगों की कदर नहीं होती है। इंडिया का जो दुर्गुण है वो ज्ञान की और ज्ञानियों की कदर नहीं हो रही है। कलबुर्गी साहब बड़े विद्वान थे, बड़े स्कॉलर थे, वो कन्नड़ भाषा के तज्ञ नहीं थे। उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र, जो कर्नाटक से, कोल्हापुर से, सांगली से मिले हुए कई शिलालेखों का माइक्रो स्टडी किया, वो भाषा तज्ञ थे। मगर एक स्कॉलर की निगुण तरीके से हत्या कर दी गई इंडिया में। पेट में गोली नहीं मारी, दिमाग के यहां इस हिस्से में मारी, ये कहकर मारी कि तुम्हारा जो दिमाग है, ये दिमाग हमारे लिए औरत पैदा हो रहा है, तो उनकी यहां पर गोली मार के हत्या कर दी। विद्वानों की स्थिति है। पानसरे साहब, गोविंद पानसरे साहब का बस 20-25 पेज का किताब है, शिवाजी कौन थे, और बम पुरंदरे का 2 खंडों का किताब है 1000 पन्नों का। तो बम पुरंदरे के 1000 पन्नों के किताब को झूठ सिद्ध करने वाले केवल 25 की पेज ने झूठ को नंगा कर दिया। और वैसे विद्वान व्यक्ति को, जिन्होंने वास्तविक शिवाजी महाराज कैसे होने चाहिए थे, उनको भी मार दिया गया। हम प्रयास क्यों कर रहे हैं? हमारा संगठित प्रयास है, क्यों करना चाहिए? कल्पना करो, कलबुर्गी की हत्या हुई, इज प्रोफेसर, वो वाइस चांसलर रह चुके हैं। कलबुर्गी इज हाईली एकेडमिक पर्सन। एक हाईली एकेडमिक पर्सन की हत्या होती है, एकेडमिक इलीट क्लास के ऊपर साइकोलॉजिकल क्या प्रभाव पड़ता होगा? जो बात आप कह रहे थे कि सामाजिक कार्य करना चाहिए, ये सामाजिक कार्य करने वाले लोग थे। इनको अवार्ड नहीं मिला, इंडिया में इनको अवार्ड नहीं मिला, इनको मौत मिली। तो इंडिया में बुद्धि का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है और वो संस्थाओं के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। तो इंडिविजुअल व्यक्ति बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं के गलत नीतियों का विरोध नहीं कर सकते। तो गलत संस्थाओं के माध्यम से गलत बातों को प्रमोट किया जा रहा है और एकेडमिक क्षेत्र में थोपा जा रहा है। इसलिए ये इंटेलेक्चुअल बैटल चल रहा है, IISSS का इंटेलेक्चुअल बैटल चल रहा है। ये जो रिसर्च पेपर आए, कभी सोचा है किसी ने कि बुद्धिज्म ने आयुर्वेद का निर्माण किया? किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं था आज तक। एक पेपर आया सामने और वो साधारण व्यक्ति नहीं, MD है। विद्वान होना महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, सिद्धांत के साथ, उस सिद्धांत के साथ डटे रहना यह महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं आपको बताता हूं, इंटेलेक्चुअल ऑनेस्टी, बाबा साहब अंबेडकर जैसा एकेडमिक विद्वान दुनिया में कौन है? एकेडमिक है, मगर उस बुद्धि का इस्तेमाल, अपने ज्ञान का इस्तेमाल इतना किया कि भारत को वास्तविक आजाद करने का श्रेय डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अंबेडकर को जाता है। वास्तविक आजादी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के माध्यम से हमें बोलने की आजादी दी, लिखने की आजादी दी, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाने की आजादी दी। डिसऑनेस्टी का उदाहरण है साइंस क्षेत्र का एक बड़ा विद्वान आदमी रिच डेविड। ही इज वर्ल्ड लेवल नंबर 1 के डीएनए साइंस के एक्सपर्ट पर्सन है, हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के नंबर 1। उनका दुनिया पर एहसान है, मगर उससे ज्यादा भारत पर एहसान है। उन्होंने दुनिया के सभी डीएनए के सैंपल के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा रिसर्च किया और हाल ही में उनकी किताब पब्लिश हुई वर्ल्ड लेवल की, हु वी आर एंड हाउ गॉट हियर। ये किताब उनकी फेमस है। उन्होंने इस किताब में इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसऑनेस्टी का एक उदाहरण दिया। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं 2009 में हैदराबाद में इंडिया के डीएनए साइंटिस्ट लोगों के सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशन में हम मीटिंग कर रहे थे। उस मीटिंग में मेरी और थंगराज की हॉट टॉकिंग हो गई। थंगराज इज प्रोमिनेंट डीएनए साइंटिस्ट। मेरी और थंगराज के साथ बहुत बड़ी बहस हुई। मैंने ये मुद्दा उठाया था कि अब दुनिया के सभी लोगों का डीएनए ग्रुप कौन सा ये पता चल गया है, और भारत के अंदर रहने वाले ब्राह्मिन्स लोगों का डीएनए और भारत के अंदर रहने वाले नॉन ब्राह्मिन्स लोगों का डीएनए ये भिन्न भिन्न ये पता चला है। इसीलिए ग्लोबल लेवल पर जब हम लोग कोई डीएनए रिसर्च पेपर इंटरनेशनल जर्नल में प्रकाशित करेंगे, तब आप और हम लोग ग्लोबल लेवल पर सेम टर्मिनोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। और ब्राह्मिन्स लोगों के लिए उन्होंने एक टर्मिनोलॉजी सजेस्ट किया, ब्राह्मिन्स आर वेस्ट यूरेशियंस। उन्होंने एक शब्द प्रयोग किया, दिस पीपल आर वेस्ट यूरेशियंस, दिस नेटिव पीपल आर इंडियंस। तो थंगराज और बाकी लोग अवाक हो गए। उन्होंने इस किताब में लिखा और वो मेरे तरफ देखने लगे और मीटिंग में एकदम सन्नाटा छा गया और जोर जोर से थंगराज मेरे तरफ इशारा करते हुए कहने लगे, तुम्हारा रिसर्च भारत में अर्थक्वेक लाएगा। तुम्हारा रिसर्च जो है ये अर्थक्वेक लाएगा। ऐसी बातों के लिए हम राजी नहीं हैं। और मीटिंग खत्म कर दिया। उन्होंने लिखा है कि हमारी रुकने की व्यवस्था जहाँ पर की गई थी वहाँ हम रुकने के लिए गए। उस दिन दिवाली थी और उस दिन बड़े फटाके फट रहे थे, और जहाँ हम रुके थे वहाँ लड़के एक ट्रक के नीचे फटाके फोड़ रहे थे। और आज जो मीटिंग हुई थी उससे हम और बेचैन थे, और ये जो फटाके फटकर कहीं हमारी जान न ले, ऐसी हम स्थिति में थे। साथियों, थंगराज ने मिक्स जेनेटिक थ्योरी का सिद्धांत थोपा। थंगराज ने इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसऑनेस्टी किया, मिक्स जेनेटिक थ्योरी थोपा डीएनए के बारे में। और दो कैटेगरी में एएनआई और एएसआई ये थ्योरी डालकर जो साइंस को मान्य नहीं है वो थ्योरी उन्होंने साइंस कैटेगरी में थोप दी। अब ये बात साधारण लोगों के पल्ले बैठने वाली है नहीं। और ये जो घोलमाल हो रहा है ये एकेडमिक क्षेत्र के साइंटिस्ट लोगों को ही पता है, मगर वो बात जो समाज के लिए उपयुक्त है वो जब तक समाज में नहीं जाएगी तो आपके ज्ञान का क्या मूल्य है। साथियों, दूसरा इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसऑनेस्टी का उदाहरण है डेक्कन कॉलेज के वाइस चांसलर मिस्टर वसंत शिंदे। डिसऑनेस्टी, विद्वान है, एकेडमिशियन है। वसंत शिंदे इज अ बैकवर्ड कास्ट पर्सन, ही इज मूल निवासी, मगर उन्होंने राखीगढ़ी में जो एक्सकवेशन हुआ और उसमें जो ह्यूमन बॉडीज मिला और उसके अंदर एंशियंट डीएनए मिला, उसका पीरियड मिला कंकाल का और डीएनए का आज से 4700 वर्ष पहले का, यानी बीसी 2700, और 125 डीएनए साइंटिस्ट लोगों ने, जिसमें शिंदे ऑल्सो मेंबर आर्कोलॉजिस्ट के नाते, सेम पीरियड में पब्लिश हुआ। 125 लोगों का डीएनए रिपोर्ट द साइंस जर्नल में प्रकाशित हुआ। सेल रिपोर्ट में राखीगढ़ी रिपोर्ट पब्लिश हुआ। राखीगढ़ी डीएनए रिपोर्ट का हेडिंग ही बता रहा है कि राखीगढ़ी डीएनए कंकाल में ईरानियन फार्मर्स का और स्टेप पैस्टोरलिस्ट का डीएनए नहीं मिला। अब भारत के लोगों को पता नहीं है स्टेप पैस्टोरलिस्ट क्या है, ये एकेडमिशियन लोगों को पता है व्हाट इज स्टेप पैस्टोरलिस्ट। स्टेप पैस्टोरलिस्ट इट्स मीन ब्राह्मिन्स पीपल के ब्रदर, जहां से वो आए उनका नाम है स्टेप पैस्टोरलिस्ट। R1A1 जिनका ग्रुप मिलता है इंडिया में, उन लोगों का डीएनए स्टेप पैस्टोरलिस्ट लोगों के अंदर मिलता है। और भारत के अंदर जो 6500 जाति के टुकड़े में बांटे गए लोग हैं, उनके डीएनए ग्रुप का नाम है L3MN। तो यह दो भिन्न ग्रुप है, दो भिन्न ग्रुप का नॉलेज आम लोगों को पता नहीं है, और जो जिनके पास ज्ञान है वो एलीट क्लास बोल नहीं रहा है। अभी पाबंदी नहीं लगा सकते क्योंकि आज ही कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, आपको हमारी बात अमान्य है। साइंस कांग्रेस वालों, आपको IISS की बात अमान्य है तो आप खंडन करो, डेमोक्रेसी है। अगर हमें आपकी बात अमान्य है तो हम आपकी बात को क्रॉस करेंगे, बिकॉज डेमोक्रेसी है। और आने वाले समय में इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस हो या इतिहास परिषद के लोग हो, उन्होंने जो गलत बातें उठाई उनका विरोध, उनका इंटेलेक्चुअल समीक्षा IISS करेगा। अभी हम प्लेन वे में चल रहे हैं। अभी हमारा जो काम है, अभी हमारे लोगों को जोड़ने का काम चल रहा है। अगले साल तक हर कॉलेज और हर यूनिवर्सिटी में पहुंचने का प्लान है, और इसके लिए हम लोग संगठित रूप से आप लोगों को सपोर्ट देने वाले, और आपका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में प्रोफेसर, डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर लोग हैं, और वो घर बार नौकरी छोड़ के फुल टाइम पागल की तरह काम करने वाले हैं। IISS के लिए 2-4 ऐसे पागल लोग हम आपको दे देंगे। आपको आपका संगठन बढ़ाने के लिए आपकी ताकत, डेली काम करने वाले लोग हमारे पास है। तो वसंत शिंदे जो व्यक्ति है वो उल्टा बोल दिया, R1A1 है नहीं मिला, वह द्रविडियन डीएनए मिला। डिसऑनेस्टी। इसलिए साथियों, हमें सच बात बोलने के लिए आगे आना होगा और इसके लिए प्रयास करना होगा। अभी ये खुबरागड़े सर ने ये डिस्कशन किया कि भोन स्तूप में बुद्धा का रिलिक मिला, बुल्ढाना डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, यानी 2500 साल का एक मॉन्यूमेंट्स यहां मिल रहा है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। मगर जिस व्यक्ति को मिला वो प्रोफेसर देवतारे डेक्कन कॉलेज के, वो खोज आर्कोलॉजिकल मॉन्यूमेंट्स की नहीं कर रहे थे, वो खोज कर रहे थे कि 2000 साल पहले लोग क्या खाते थे। रोटी खाते थे, चावल खाते थे, कौन सी सब्जी खा रहे थे। तो वहां वो ढूंढ रहे थे कोई चीजें मिल रही है क्या, और वो ढूंढने में कामयाब हो गए। मगर एक किसान बोला कि सर हम यहां जब नांगर को चलाते, हल को ऐसे दबाते तो खड़खड़ आवाज आती है और हमको लगता है नीचे भूत है, हम भाग जाते हैं। तो उसके निकाला तो स्तूप मिला। तो बॉटनी में, अब वो तो आर्कोलॉजिस्ट व्यक्ति है, वो आदमी ढूंढ रहा है, ये विषय तो बॉटनी का विषय है। क्लाइमेट क्या था, कौन सी चीजें यहां आयात हो रही थी। बड़ी दुख की बात है कि भारत का इतिहास बहुत शातिर दिमाग से खत्म कर दिया जा रहा है। मैं बता रहा हूं, आज माननीय गोगले और बाकी उनकी सभी टीम को हम ऑल इंडिया से धन्यवाद देते हैं कि उन्होंने जो स्टैंड लिया, ये है वास्तविक नेशनल स्टैंड, वास्तविक राष्ट्रवादी स्टैंड है। मैं आपको सबूत दे रहा हूं, नरेंद्र मोदी कोई साइंटिस्ट नहीं है, मगर साइंटिस्ट बन के प्रवचन देने वाले। मोहन भागवत कोई साइंटिस्ट नहीं है, मगर मोहन भागवत ने बयान दिया था ये भारत का विज्ञान का अधपतन है। किसी भी व्यक्ति ने विरोध नहीं किया, एकेडमिक सेशन के लोगों ने भी नहीं किया, अंदर कैंटीन में बैठते बैठते गलत बोला ऐसा भी नहीं बोला। भागवत ने स्टेटमेंट दिया, विज्ञान से बड़ा वेद है। मैं इसको क्यों महत्व दे रहा हूं, आपको फेकम फाक करना है, अब करते रहो। अब तक हम इग्नोर करते रहे, फेकम फाक कर रहे हो, इग्नोर करो। मगर अभी बीजेपी पॉलिसी नहीं बना रही है, आरएसएस पॉलिसी बना रही है। अब भविष्य क्या है भारत के साइंस का? भारत के साइंस का भविष्य है 4 अक्टूबर को या 3 अक्टूबर को मोहन भागवत ने छत्तीसगढ़ में रायपुर में आरएसएस से संलग्न, उसमें उनका इतिहास परिषद भी है, विद्या भारती भी है, संस्कार भारती भी है, विश्व हिंदू परिषद है, ऐसे 30 विंग को लेकर एक मीटिंग किया और उस मीटिंग से मीडिया को पे घोषित किया कि अब सभी स्कूल में, सभी कॉलेजेस में, सभी यूनिवर्सिटी में हिंदुत्व को पाठ्यक्रम में कंपलसरी पढ़ाया जाएगा। अब तक तुम बाहर बोल रहे थे, हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, क्योंकि हम उसको बकवास मानकर इग्नोर कर रहे थे। साइंस में 2 और 2 4 ही होती है, 2 और 2 5 नहीं होते, इसलिए हम बकवास बातों को इग्नोर कर रहे थे। मगर आज उन्होंने डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि हर कॉलेज, हर स्कूल, हर डिपार्टमेंट ये संघ शाखा बनकर काम करेगा। इसका मतलब ये है, अगर हिंदुत्व को पढ़ाया जाएगा तो जो मैथोलॉजिकल बात है उसको तुम्हें पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, जिसका साइंस में कोई मूल्य नहीं है। आज वो बोल रहे हैं हमारे पास सर्जरी थी, गणेश जी का सर जोड़ दिया, हमारे पास टेस्ट ट्यूब बेबी थी, 100 मटके में 100 बच्चे पैदा करके दिखाया। ये भी एक साइंस है। ये जो बकवास बातें हैं, ये बकवास बातों को स्टडी करने के लिए प्राच्य विज्ञान एक साइंस है। ऐसा नहीं है कि तुम्हारी बकवास बातों का समीक्षा नहीं किया जाएगा, उसका एक साइंस है, मगर अब बकवास बातों को एकेडमिक भाषा में पढ़ाया जाएगा। मैं अभी ग्वालियर गया तो वहां के डॉक्टर प्रोग्राम को नहीं आए, बाद में उनका फोन आया रात को कि सर ऐसा क्या करे, कब ये कॉलेज से ऐसा लगता है जॉब छोड़ के आपके साथ ही घूमूं। मैंने कहा क्या हो गया डॉक्टर साहब? बोले मैं एमडी हूं और मैं लेक्चरर हूं, अंग्रेजी में पढ़ता हूं तो बच्चों को जल्दी समझ में आता है, मगर अब मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने ऑर्डर निकाला कि साइंस सब्जेक्ट को आप हिंदी में आप ही को ट्रांसलेट करना है और बुक जमा करनी है यूनिवर्सिटी में, और आपने ट्रांसलेट किया हुआ किताब आपको हिंदी में बताना है। वो बोल रहे हैं ऐसी शब्दावली है साइंस की कि उसका हिंदी में कोई भी अनुवादिक शब्द नहीं है। ऐसा लग रहा है सर फोड़ दूं या जॉब छोड़ दूं। हो रहा है, मतलब एकेडमिक क्षेत्र के लोग इसका संगठित रूप से विरोध कर सकते हैं। IISSS ऐसे आतंक, ऐसे अतिरेक का विरोध करेगा। तो भाषा के नाम पर ज्ञान को थोप नहीं सकते। आप हिंदी में पढ़ रहे हो, आपका पेपर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाना है और आपको अंग्रेजी आ ही नहीं रही है, तो आपके पेपर को कौन मान्यता देगा? यानी कहां विश्व गुरु बन रहा है? ये तो गधा गुरु बन रहा है। ये डोंकी नेशन बनाने का प्लान चल रहा है। ये थ्योरी जो है विश्व गुरु बनाने का कार्यक्रम नहीं है, फुलिश बनाने का कार्यक्रम है। तो आने वाले समय में बहुत सारे विषय, ज्ञान विषय में हम लोग हस्तक्षेप करेंगे। जैसे सोशल साइंस में खोबरागड़े सर ने जो बात बताई, बहुत संक्षिप्त में बताई, मगर बहुत डेंजर बात बताई। संक्षिप्त में बताई, मगर बहुत ही घिनौनी दुष्कृत्य इंडिया के कल्चर के साथ किया गया है। अभी गुजरात का चुनाव चल रहा है, गुजरात का चुनाव चल रहा है। नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधानमंत्री है और नरेंद्र मोदी सौराष्ट्र में गिर सोमनाथ एक मंदिर है, उस मंदिर के ट्रस्टी एवं चेयरमैन है। नरेंद्र मोदी को किसी ने सलाह दिया या उनका दिमाग खराब हो गया पता नहीं, उन्होंने आर्कोलॉजिस्ट लोगों को निर्देश दिया कि सोमनाथ मंदिर के नीचे क्या है इसकी खुदाई न करते हुए उसका जीपीएस सर्वे करके हमारे ट्रस्ट को रिपोर्ट जारी करो। और उन लोगों ने एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी से 2019 में जीपीएस सर्वे किया और जीपीएस सर्वे करने के बाद 32 पेजेस के रिपोर्ट में यह पता चला गिर सोमनाथ टेम्पल के नीचे 3 फ्लोर बुद्ध विहार है। नरेंद्र मोदी को लगा ये तो घाटी का सौदा है, इसको डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया जाए और इस रिपोर्ट को एएसआई को भी नहीं दिया जाए। वो मैंने वहां जाकर उसका जो वाइस डेप्टी ट्रस्टी था उससे मैंने वो प्यार प्यार से इकट्ठा कर लिया और आज हमने उसको सोशल मीडिया में वो 32 पेजेस का रिपोर्ट सार्वजनिक कर दिया, पब्लिक कर दिया। वो नरेंद्र मोदी की निजी प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, वो तो देश का प्रधानमंत्री है। देश में एएसआई नामक संस्था है, तो उनका दायित्व था एएसआई के हवाले करके उसका एक्सिबिशन करते और वो जो है वो उस राष्ट्र को समर्पित करते। मगर इसका मतलब ये होता है कि उस जगह के नीचे टेम्पल मिलने की बजाय बुद्ध विहार मिला और वहां बुद्ध, उसके अंदर लिखा है रिलिक कास्केट भी है। इसका मतलब अशोका जूनागढ़ उधर से ही जाते होंगे, गिरनार उधर से ही जाते होंगे। तो ब्राह्मण लोगों ने, इससे पता चलता है कोई गृहिणी महिला अगर चावल को पका रही है तो हर चावल के हिस्से को चेक नहीं करती। एक चावल पक गया तो उसका अनुमान है सब खिचड़ी अब पक गई है, सब चावल पक गए हैं। तो ये मिसाल है, गिर सोमनाथ के नीचे अगर बुद्ध विहार है तो भारत के तमाम प्रसिद्ध मंदिरों के नीचे बुद्ध विहारा और बुद्ध स्तूपा है, प्रमाणित है। तो आने वाले समय में IISSS के माध्यम से जैसे ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ली गई, स्टेट वाइज कॉन्फ्रेंस लेंगे, मगर IISSS के माध्यम से इतिहास और आर्कोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट का स्टेट वाइज कॉन्फ्रेंस लेंगे और 2 या 5 दिन की इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित करेंगे और दुनिया को बताएंगे जो पढ़ाया जा रहा है, जो मीडिया में आ रहा है, वो सच नहीं है। सच जो बता रहे हम हैं वही सच है। तो इनका बंदोबस्त करना होगा। एकेडमिक लोगों के पास नॉलेज है मगर जन समर्थन नहीं है, और जिनके पास शक्ति है उनके पास बुद्धि नहीं है। जिनके पास शक्ति है उनके पास बुद्धि नहीं है। हमारे लोगों की प्रॉब्लम क्या है? हमारे लोगों की प्रॉब्लम है मासेस को हेड नहीं है, और जिनके पास बुद्धि है उसको हैंड नहीं है। तो ये हैंड और हेड इकट्ठा करना होगा। ये जो हैंड है मासेस और ये जो हेड है IISSS, इसको कोलैबोरेशन करना होगा। और इसके लिए हम लोग आप लोगों को संगठित रूप से साथ सहयोग देने के लिए तैयार हैं। और अभी 2 महीने के बाद नया साल शुरू होने वाला है और बामसेब का इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस यूरोप में होने वाला है। तो विषय देकर महत्वपूर्ण पॉइंट पर IISSS के चुनिंदा प्रतिनिधियों को उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम इनवाइट करेंगे। बोलो आप आगे कर। आपकी बात है, वो आपका मंच है वो। अब देखो, मैं 2 उदाहरण देता हूं कितना झूठ पढ़ाया जाता है। गणेश का और भारत की डेमोक्रेसी सेकुलर सिलेबस में क्या पढ़ाया जा रहा है? भटजी का उदाहरण है, सिंपल है। भटजी का, क्षत्रिय का। अगर मुझे या हमारे IISSS के किसी मेंबर को सिलेबस बनाने का मौका मिलेगा तो डेमोक्रेसी में हर जाति धर्म को देखना पड़ता है। तो हम लिखेंगे गणेश का नहीं, गधे का। गधे का क्यों? गधा ओरिजिनल सेकुलर है, उसके ऊपर किसी का दावा नहीं होगा। अरे इससे हमारी भावना आहत हुई। समझना महत्वपूर्ण है। हमको बचपन से ही ब्राह्मणाइज किया जाता है, मेंटल स्लेव किया जाता है। पीजी तक आते आते तक क्या होता है? अभी इतिहास में यह पढ़ाया जाता है कि सम्राट अशोक इसीलिए महान हुए, मौर्य घराना इसीलिए महान हुआ क्योंकि उनका गुरु चाणक्य था। अब हम कॉन्फ्रेंस में लेने वाले, चाणक्य को कटघरे में खड़ा करने वाले, पूछने वाले हैं किधर है तुम्हारा आर्कोलॉजिकल एविडेंस? चाणक्य महोदय तुम कौन से गांव में पैदा हुए? अभी तक कोई हिस्टोरियन बता नहीं पा रहा है चाणक्य का पूरा नाम क्या है, बाप का नाम क्या है, सरनेम कहाँ है, कौन से सेंचुरी में पैदा हुआ, उसका बर्थ प्लेस क्या है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, बुद्धा और अशोका को लेकर दुनिया में जितना रिसर्च हो रहा है, दुनिया में कहीं कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, केवल बुद्धा और अशोका को हो रहा है। रियल में इंडिया ये नॉलेज का मदरलैंड है। हमारे पास नॉलेज पड़ा हुआ है, हमारे पास नॉलेजफुल लोग पड़े हुए, हम उनको कचरा मान रहे हैं। और नॉलेजफुल लोग भी आदमी हैं, उनको मोटिवेशन नहीं मिलता तो आखिरकार उनका नॉलेज भी सड़ जाता है। दुनिया में भारत पर नॉलेज हो रहा है, स्टडी हो रहा है, दुनिया में भारत को ज्ञान की भूमि माना जा रहा है, मगर भारतीय लोगों को पता नहीं। आज तक जितने हिस्टोरियन लोगों ने लिखा सभी लोगों को मालूम है चाणक्य पैदा ही नहीं हुआ है। चाणक्य पैदा होता तो ब्राह्मण लोग अपने बच्चे का नाम चाणक्य रखते। देखो कितने महान लोग हैं। किसी पांडे दुबे चौबे के लड़के का नाम चाणक्य बताओ। चाणक्य दुबे, चाणक्य पांडे, ब्राह्मण को मालूम है। चाणक्य शब्द गाली है, कौटिल्य शब्द गाली है। चाणक्य मतलब चलाक, कौटिल्य मतलब कुटिल। इसलिए ब्राह्मणों को वास्तविक शब्द शास्त्र उनको मालूम है तो वो अपना नाम नहीं रख रहे। चाणक्य ये कैरेक्टर 6ठी शताब्दी में मुद्रा राक्षस नामक व्यक्ति ने एक नाटक लिखा और उस नाटक के द्वारा, विशाखा दत्त व्यक्ति ने मुद्रा राक्षस नामक नाटक लिखा और उस नाटक ने काल्पनिक पात्र खड़ा किया। वो पात्र को, नाटक को सिलेबस में, एकेडमिक क्षेत्र में लिखने वाले वही लोग थे। उन्होंने गुरु घोषित किया। गुरु होता तो गुरु की भाषा संस्कृत थी, काल्पनिक गुरु है, अशोक की भाषा पाली है। गुरु होता तो गुरु का कहीं ना कहीं जिक्र करता। अरे चाणक्य की लिपि, चाणक्य की पोथी मद्रास में 1908 में मिली और वो फेक कैरेक्टर है, काल्पनिक कैरेक्टर है। ये रिजेक्ट करना होगा और वो रिजेक्ट करने के लिए IISSS पहल करेगा। अगर मास में हम बोल रहे हैं, लाखों की जनसभा में हम बोल रहे हैं, तो समाज प्रभावित होता है। बात तो बहुत बड़ी बोल रहे हैं, मगर उसको एकेडमिक मान्यता लेनी होगी। वो एकेडमिक मान्यता कौन देगा? साइंस कांग्रेस तो थोड़ी देने वाला है, IISSS देगा। शिवाजी महाराज के गुरु रामदास स्वामी थे। शिवाजी महाराज के गुरु दादू कोंडदेव थे। गुरु 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 बोल दिया, 2004 साल आया, जिसको गुरु बोला उसी को बाप घोषित कर दिया। अब इतिहास से पता चल गया कि वो गुरु होने का कोई सबूत नहीं है। साथियों, रिसर्च नहीं होता है और एकेडमिक लोगों को केवल एकेडमिक पद्धति से ही इतिहास को या साइंस को या किसी भी ज्ञान शाखा को नहीं देखा जा सकता। साइंस या शोध पद्धति में एक अनुमान होता है, एक पूर्वानुमान होता है। तो आपको सारी रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हो, एक रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल नहीं करते हो, और वो है इंटरप्रिटेशन। इंटरप्रिटेशन में हमारे लोग कमजोर होते हैं। इंटरप्रिटेशन करना होगा। उनका कुछ नहीं है, उनके पास सबूत नहीं है, उनके पास तथ्य नहीं है, उनके पास प्राइमरी सोर्स नहीं है, फिर भी बोल रहे विमान की खोज हमने की है, एरोप्लेन जो है हमने खोजा। और ये कोई दूसरे व्यक्ति ने कहा, सुरसंग चालक भागवत जी ने कहा। आपको बुरा लगेगा, वो भी साइंटिस्ट, वो भी डॉक्टर है, और वो जानवरों के डॉक्टर है। वो डॉक्टर है वो, मगर वो जानवर के डॉक्टर है। जानवर के डॉक्टर को पता चला कि विमान की खोज हमने की थी, ये बात नासा में फैल गई। नासा के व्यक्ति ने प्रेस रिलीज किया और ये बातें डिस्क्लोज हो गई। भारत के मीडिया ने उसको हाइड किया। नासा ने चुनौती दिया, विमान आपने बनाया, सबूत लेके आओ। पेटेंट भारत सरकार के नाम पर देते हैं, अभी तक सबूत नहीं दिया, नाक कटवा कराए। भारत में रिसर्च नहीं होता है, फॉर्मेलिटी होती है। पेपर प्रेजेंट किया जाता है, मगर झापड़ ये जो है ना ऐसी लगाकर IISSS ज्ञान को खुला रखेगा। क्रिटिक्स भी होगी, चर्चा होगी, ओपन डिबेट होगा। तो आने वाले समय में ज्ञान होता है, ज्ञान में मिलावट नहीं होनी चाहिए, मगर ज्ञान में मिलावट हो रही है। इसीलिए भारत 150 यूनिवर्सिटी में एक भी यूनिवर्सिटी दुनिया के मंच पर अव्वल नहीं आ रही। अव्वल छोड़ो, पिछवाड़े भी नहीं आ रही है, बैक से भी नहीं आ रही, फ्रंट से नहीं आ रही, बैक से भी नहीं आ रही है। हम लोग इस सिचुएशन में एक क्राइसिस से चल रहे हैं, और वो क्राइसिस ये है, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी देश को बर्बाद करने वाली पॉलिसी है। कल हमें पता चला, एक स्कॉलर ने यहां बताया कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पार्लियामेंट में पास ही नहीं की गई, कोई कानून पास ही नहीं किया, विदाउट पास करके इसको लागू कर दिया गया है। और इसके तहत SC ST OBC को खत्म करने का प्लान प्राइमरी एजुकेशन पर है। 5th क्लास में अपने बापजादाओं के पैतृक धंधों का ट्रेनिंग टीचर देगा। चमार को जूते का काम सिखाएगा, नाई को नाई का काम सिखाएगा, धोबी को धोबी का काम सिखाएगा, कुर्मी को कुर्मी का काम सिखाएगा। यानी हमको फिर से उस काली दुनिया में लेकर जा रहे हैं जिसके खिलाफ हमारे महापुरुष लड़ रहे थे। आज हमें लड़ना होगा। ये हो गया प्राइमरी लेवल का। हायर एजुकेशन का क्या स्थिति है? हम ऑल इंडिया में घूमते। आज मध्य प्रदेश में सरसंघ चालक सिलेबस में पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं। सरसंघ चालक हायर एजुकेशन में पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं। गुजरात स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने अप्रैल महीने में डिक्लेयर कर दिया भगवत गीता सभी सरकारी कॉलेजेस में पढ़ाई जाएगी। हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने रामायण महाभारत शुरू कर दिया। साथियों, हमारे एकेडमिक लोग सब जानते हैं, चुप है। सब जानते हैं क्या हो रहा है, चुप है। ये डिसऑनेस्टी। आप चुप रह रहे हो, आपको मालूम है, आप बोल नहीं रहे हो, आप धोखेबाज हो, आप धोखा दे रहे हो, आप नहीं लड़ रहे हो। समाज को बताओ, समाज में विद्रोह होगा। दिस गवर्नमेंट ने 14 लोगों की एक समिति बनाई है और उस समिति को 2 बड़े टास्क दिए हैं। उस समिति का हेड है दीक्षित। उसमें एक भी ओबीसी नहीं है, एक भी माइनॉरिटी नहीं है, एक भी एससी एसटी का नहीं है। और वो व्यक्ति, वो 14 ब्राह्मण्स लोग न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी बनाकर न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को 2 मुद्दे का जवाब दे रहे हैं। एक मुद्दा ये बता रहे हैं कि आर्यंस आर इंडिजिनियस। ये वो बता रहे हैं। वो 14 लोग सरकार को रिकमेंडेशन कर रहे हैं। वैसे उनको रिकमेंडेशन की जरूरत नहीं है, शो किया जा रहा है। एक्सपर्ट लोगों ने ओपिनियन दिया रहा है, वो शो कर रहे हैं। एक्सपर्ट लोगों ने हमें ओपिनियन दिया है, इसलिए उनका सम्मान करना चाहिए। दे आर फॉरेनर्स। कमिटी भी फॉरेनर्स लोगों की है और फॉरेनर्स लोगों को इंडिजीनियस बताया जा रहा है। दूसरा उनको टास्क दिया, रामायण और महाभारत को बीसी 5000 पहले बताओ। देखो कितना बड़ा अतिरेक हो रहा है एकेडमिक क्षेत्र पर। जो एकेडमिक बात करके हम चुप बैठते हैं, हम उनका नाम लेना नहीं चाहते। नाम नहीं लेने से क्या हो गया, दोस्त और दुश्मन की पहचान नहीं करने से क्या हो गया, आपके सामने सत्यानाश हो रहा है। इपिक मैथोलॉजिकल है और गुप्त काल में लिखे गए हैं। उसका हिस्टोरिकल प्रमाण मिल गए, उसके आर्कोलॉजिकल प्रमाण मिल गए। और अशोका और बुद्धा और हड़प्पन कल्चर को खत्म किया जा रहा है और ये एकेडमिक विद्वान अपर कास्ट लोगों के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। और हमारे इंडिजीनियस जो एकेडमिशियन है वो बोल नहीं रहे हैं, इसलिए समाज में माफ करना नपुंसकता पैदा हो गई। अब इसके लिए ऐसा ही शब्द का प्रयोग करना होगा। आपका कल्चर है, आपके कल्चर को खत्म किया जा रहा है। इसलिए आने वाले समय में इंटेलेक्चुअल कन्फ्रंटेशन भी हम करेंगे। केवल ज्ञान नहीं रहेगी। ज्ञान तो ज्ञान होता है, मगर जो दुष्ट लोग हैं, जो ज्ञान के नाम पर जहर घोलने का काम कर रहे हैं एकेडमिक क्षेत्र में, उनका जवाब कौन देगा? तो आने वाले समय में हम तो चाहते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी आ जाए, वो बोल दे, फिर हमारी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी। उनकी बातों को हम तोड़ेंगे, उनकी हर बात को काउंटर करेंगे। मगर वो क्यों आ रहे हैं, इसका जवाब अभी बता देता हूं। वो इसीलिए आ रहे हैं, भागवत जी साइंटिस्ट नहीं है फिर भी चिल्ला रहे हैं। एशिया तक आर्यंस डीएनए चिल्ला रहे हैं और हिंदू राष्ट्र के नाम पर 3% लोगों का कब्जा कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री को इसीलिए लाया जा रहा है, जल्द ही वो सिलेबस में ब्राह्मीण्स आर इंडिजीनियस ये बात का फाइनल स्टैंप लगाने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी को नागपुर लाया जा रहा है। नागपुर आने का मोदी को कोई औचित्य नहीं था। वो किसी भी स्टेट में जाकर या किसी भी जिले में जाकर कर सकते थे, मगर वो यहीं पर आए हैं। इसका मतलब एक तो प्रतिक्रिया है या समाज में कोई बड़ा आंदोलन चल रहा है वामसेव के द्वारा, उसके खिलाफ वो एक बड़ी प्रतिक्रिया करना चाहते हैं। मगर एकेडमिक क्षेत्र पर हम लोग कम नहीं है। आने वाले समय में मैं स्पष्ट बोलना चाहता हूं, उन्होंने ऑटोनॉमस कर दिया है। आप लोग क्यों अभी सच को नकार रहे हो? सच ये है, हर डिपार्टमेंट ऑटोनॉमस कर दिया है, हर क्षेत्र का प्राइवेटाइजेशन कर दिया है। तो आने वाले समय में ज्ञान की कोई कीमत नहीं होगी, पैसे की कीमत होगी, कास्ट की कीमत होगी। तो आने वाले समय में हमारे SC ST OBC कर्मचारियों के ऊपर जो हरासमेंट होता है उसको प्रोटेक्शन करने का काम एकेडमिक क्षेत्र में भी IISSS करेगा। तुम लोग हमारे इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी हो, SC ST OBC लोग हमारे लोगों की इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी है। मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूं, मैं औरंगाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ता था, डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी। वहां एक प्रोफेसर थे, मैं मराठी विषय का था, वो हिस्ट्री विषय के थे और वो कुलगुरु बनने वाले थे। कुलगुरु की रेस में आ गए। अचानक एक दिन खबर आ गई कि उन्होंने PhD की जो शोध छात्रा है उसके साथ गलत हरकत किया। सारे अखबार में खबर छप कर आई। दूसरे दिन मैं भी उन लोगों की तरह, सभी लोग गलत प्रोफेसर है, ऐसा क्यों करता है क्या? बाद में छानबीन हो गई, वो लड़की फर्जी निकली, उसका एड्रेस फर्जी निकला, ये बात एक्सपोज हो गई। मगर उस आदमी का जो वो चेयर पर बैठना जरूरी था, वो चेयर उसके हाथ से निकल गई। ज्यादातर एकेडमिक क्षेत्र में हाईली इंटेलेक्चुअल लोग हैं, सीनियरिटी के हिसाब से वो बड़े बड़े की पोस्ट पर जाने वाले, उनके ऊपर गलत इल्जाम लगाए जा रहे हैं और उनके पास इंडिविजुअल होने के कारण उनकी कोई सुनवाई तक नहीं कर रहा है। तो IISSS सभी ज्ञान शाखाओं में सभी कर्मचारियों को, इसीलिए इसको साइंस के क्षेत्र तक क्यों नहीं रखा, इसको सोशल साइंस में भी बढ़ाया ताकि आपका एट्रोसिटीज रुके, आपकी ये ढाल बने। साथियों, आने वाले समय में आपके जो भी इश्यूज रहेंगे, इसके लिए हमसे भारत मुक्ति मोर्चा के लोग आपको ऑल इंडिया में साथ सहयोग देंगे और साल भर के अंदर 31 राज्यों में आपका भौगोलिक विस्तार खड़ा करने के लिए बामसे और भारत मुक्ति मोर्चा के द्वारा आपको फुल सपोर्ट किया जाएगा। ब्रेन एक बहुत अद्भुत शक्ति है, उसको संभालना और उसको शक्ति में रूपांतरित करना, इसे ही नेतृत्व क्षमता कहते हैं। आने वाले समय में आप लोगों को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। मैं 2 दिन तक आपकी बातें सुनता रहा। कल आपका इंटरनेशनल जो ओपनिंग सेशन रहा, मुझे कई यूरोपियन कंट्रीज से फ़ोन आए, कनाडा, अमेरिका, लंदन, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, नॉर्वे। उन्होंने कहा, अरे आप लोगों ने हमको बताया होता तो हम टिकट निकाल कर आते, इतना अच्छा लग रहा था। कुछ इंटरनेशनल साइंटिस्ट लोगों से मैंने संपर्क किया, जो कल उन्होंने ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंट किया, तो मैं भी थर्ड पार्टी की तरह उनको जांच कर रहा था कि मैंने आपका सुना, बहुत अच्छा लगा, मगर आप इधर आए क्यों, आप उधर क्यों नहीं जाते इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस में? तो उन्होंने क्या कहा, इधर इंडिजीनियस है ना, इसीलिए आए। इधर जो है, इधर हम क्यों आए, इधर बोले इंडिजीनियस है। इसका मतलब ये है, आपकी जो लैंग्वेज है वो ग्लोबल लैंग्वेज है और आपके पास नॉलेज है। हमेशा व्यक्ति रूलिंग नहीं करता, थॉट्स रूलिंग करता है। तो दुनिया में आपको अप्रिशिएट किया जा रहा है, ये मैंने चेक करके आपको बता रहा हूं। वो आपके इंडिजिनियस शब्दों को अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं। वो लोग ब्राह्मणवाद थोप रहे हो, बोल रहे ब्राह्मणवाद थोप रहे हो, हम उनके साथ क्यों जाएंगे? यानी वो लोग इतना क्यों साइंटिफिक सोच रहे हैं? क्योंकि वो ऊपर से खड़े होकर देख रहे हैं। हमारे लोग ऐसा देख नहीं रहे क्योंकि हमारे लोग इंटरप्रिटेशन नहीं करते, वो लोग मिस इंटरप्रिट करके गलत बात को सही बता रहे हैं। इसीलिए महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले का जो ज्ञान की व्याख्या है वही सही व्याख्या है, और उनकी ज्ञान की व्याख्या है गलत को गलत कहो और झूठ को झूठ कहो, इसका ही मतलब ज्ञान होता है। उस तरह से वो सोच रहे हैं, हमको वैसा सोचना चाहिए। और आज मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी हुई, मुझे और माननीय मेश्राम साहब को, कि आज जो अवार्ड दिए गए वो हमारे इंडिजीनियस महापुरुषों के दिए गए। और हमारी पॉलिसी है, मुझे पूछा गया है कि एक तिवारी नामक महिला का पेपर आया है, उसको एडमिट कर लिया जाए क्या? तो हम लोगों ने कहा आप देखिए, नहीं, उन्होंने कहा आपसे सलाह लेना चाहते हैं। तो मैंने कहा कि जो अमृत होता है, जो दवा होती है, उसमें 2 बूंद जहर डालने से क्या मतलब है? ये मंच हम लोग ओपनली बता रहे हैं, एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी, नॉमडिक ट्राइब और रिलीजियस माइनॉरिटी इन लोगों का है। इसलिए इनको ले रहे हैं क्योंकि इनको प्रोत्साहन नहीं दिया जा रहा, इनको दबाया जा रहा है, इनके टैलेंट को निखारने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, और कोई इंडिविजुअल प्रगति कर रहा है तो उसको बदनाम किया जा रहा है। तो ये मंच हम लोगों ने प्योर मूल निवासी लोगों के लिए किया है, उनका रिजेक्ट कर दो और उनको बताओ कि आप दूसरी जगह जाओ, आपके है ऑलरेडी, हम ये बनाए, इसको खराब मत करो। तो ये सही स्टैंड है, आप लोगों ने सही स्टैंड लिया, ये कोई पक्षपात नहीं है। हम लोग महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले के अवार्ड दे रहे हैं, तो महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले के विचार के अनुयायी है, इसलिए महात्मा फुले जी का सही विजय है, शाहू छत्रपति महाराज का विजय है, सावित्रीबाई फुले का विजय है। आप लोगों ने जो अवार्ड दिए, तो ये आपके महापुरुषों के थॉट है, आपके महापुरुष जिस समाज को चाहते थे उस समाज के रियल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के तौर पर आप लोग सही में काम कर रहे हैं। आप लोगों की मैनेजमेंट में अच्छी बात रही, और जो कमियां और खामियां हैं इससे सबक लेकर अगली बार इसमें ज़्यादा एडवांस टेक्निक एडवांस किया जाएगा, दुरुस्त किया जाएगा। और आप लोगों को मैं बहुत हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। आपने मुझे बुलाया, मेश्राम साहब ने आपको बधाई दी। हम आपका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑल इंडिया लेवल में खड़ा करने के लिए सहयोग करेंगे, और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर भी आपके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव 2-3 माह के भीतर उनका नाम हम सजेस्ट करेंगे, और आपकी बात इंटरनेशनल मंच पर भी आप कहोगे। धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया।
Sir, thank you. Thank you so much. You have covered all the comprehensive, you have given such a comprehensive and very interlinked, integrated, interdisciplinary informations right from before Christ, after Christ, then middle period of India, and the recent anti-constitutional and what we can say unscientific pseudoscience basis and pseudoscience based informations are propagating in India. So that thing is not good for the health of Indians, not for the brain, and not for the constitution, and not for the future of sustainable future of India and thereby world. So this thing should not be happen in India. We should join together and will fight for the right, and for the fundamental right, for the human rights, and for the right scientific for the right scientific temper and right scientific information, so that we should not damage the constitutional right, not damage the name of the India. It's a Samrat Ashoka, means India is it's a India of Samrat Ashoka, it's a India of Shivaji, Phule, Shahu, Ambedkar, and India more than that, it's a India of Tathagata, and it's a land of Sindhu Sabhyata, Sindhu, Harappa. It's a great civilization where in which the whole world is doing conducting lot of research, And with this, I promise on behalf of IISS and all the executive members, we will work whatever the directive principles you have given today in your concluding remark or presidential address. We will definitely work for that to achieve the sustainable goal of these organizations for the sustainable future of indigenous peoples of the India. And also we will interlink this organization at the international level with the global forums available, so that we should have a good scientific and social scientific forum for to safeguard the constitutional as well as human fundamental rights. Thank you so much. And on behalf of all the participants and the executive members of the IISS, I would like to thank the respected dais and honorable intellectuals and the respected invited speakers, as well as I also would like to thank all the judges and the technical chairs and all the presenters from students as well as from research scholars, as well as all the invitees who have helped a lot for the organization of this big event with a short period of time. And I think we also thank to Awaj India for live telecasting this conference worldwide, not only in India, worldwide, because we have interlinking with social media, and we have shared all the link and whatever the deliberation discussions performed since last 2 days here, so that deliberations, that scientific thoughts and the scientific research data, all things they have excellently deliberated worldwide. And very soon we will also meet with this brand, and I promise you that the next organization will be more sustainable, more basic, and more will have more facility. As far as whatever the lacunas are concerned, I say sorry on behalf of all the organizers and from the IISS executive member, and I wish you all the best for your future journey, and also I expect your safe journey at your home place. So wish you all the best and wish you a happy journey ahead at your home place. Thank you so much. If you have any query, any problem during your journey, then please contact us. We will definitely help you out from your problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. एक one group photo. Dr. Ruchi Vasnik ma'am suggested to have a one group photo for that photo will be the historical document for the future generation.
फोटो मध्ये येणार नाही ना सर. नितीन या आइए सर. सर को बुलाओ ना. माइक खाली ठेवून